participating from the other countries, were able to gain consensus towards the formation of AFNOG. And that eventually resulted in our, you might say, decentralized organization, which was to have our technical operations in South Africa, our backup technical operations in Egypt, and our training in Ghana, Senegal, and Uganda. And of course, the administrative office at the time was believed to be most appropriate to be in Mauritius. Once again, we are in a difficult time, and he's far away, very busy, but he still wanted to send us a message, and we are very pleased to have the message. So I would like all of us to at least hear it. Can you turn on the video?
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. But for purposes of this conversation, I'm a huge fan of our African colleagues who are trying to make the internet more available and more useful and more reliable, safer and more secure in Africa. And those of you who are part of the AFNOG organization are very much a part of that effort. As you know, at the moment, one of the more important institutions in Africa, AFNOG, is undergoing some significant stresses and strains. Nothing is more important than getting that organization back onto an even keel. The most recent actions, which will allow it to reform its board and to name a CEO, are very important in my view to reinforce the stability of the RIR system. But let me speak to you as AFNOG participants. We are still working hard, all of you and the rest of us, to get more internet available in the African continent, to connect the African continent to the rest of the world with subsea cables. My company, Google, has participated in some of that by connecting various and sundry subsea cables to parts of Africa. But perhaps the most important part is getting into the interior. Some of the possibilities are that the low Earth orbiting satellite systems, such as Starlink, may offer some access in places where it would otherwise be quite difficult to bring optical fiber into operation, or even to bring Wi-Fi, and 5G and 6G into place because of the amount of infrastructure that has to be incorporated. All of those are possibilities, and they should all be pursued where it's economically feasible, where investment is rewarded, where there is a market that can sustain the resulting investment that's required and the maintenance that's required after that. The current internet environment is not perfect by any means, but I hope all of you would agree that in spite of whatever frailties there are, it has brought significant prosperity to many people around the world who have invented new applications and new services on the internet, and which have become more and more available in many cases through mobiles and smartphones. So I encourage all of you, to the extent that you have any voices to raise with regard to policy questions, to encourage policies that increase the incentives to make investments in the infrastructure. But there's more to internet than just getting access to it. You have to know how to use it. You want to have information that's of local interest and which is in local languages so people can make use of it. Those require investments as well, as does the training for the use of internet. Again, more intellectual investments, more people capable of making use of the technology. All of those things have to be put in place in order to make this system appealing and useful to everyone. And while we're speaking about everyone, let me remind you that people with disabilities often need some help to get access to and make use of internet applications, and we should not forget them. It's sometimes observed that there are 1 billion people in the world with disabilities. I'm one of them. I wear hearing aids. But anytime you help someone with a disability to get access to the internet and make use of it, you're actually helping everyone else that might be interacting with that person. So the billion is really more like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 billion people benefiting from investment in accessibility. So finally, I wish you well in this AFNOG in 2023. I hope that you'll uncover new ways in which you can work together in order to make the internet a better place for everyone. And I certainly hope, in spite of the fact that I can't be there in person, that we'll cross paths on the net.
Well, you know, Vint wears many hats. Currently, he's also, I think, the chair of the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. And he was also chair of ICANN board while I was there in 2000, you know, that's far away. And look, he just reminded us that we have a long way to go in terms of, you know, narrowing the divide for those who are not yet connected. But we should pay attention even to the disabled. And I'm not sure how well that has been factored into many of our plans. So anyway, this is a message from Vint, and it's an encouragement for us to move forward and rapidly in what we are doing, from infrastructure to the human networks and so forth. So with that, I think I'm done with this little bit of the session, and I hope you continue to enjoy the rest. Thank you very much.
The next session will be chaired by Mr. Alan Barrett. Is he online?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I'm handing over the baton to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alan Barrett. I'm here in my personal capacity, although I have worn other hats in the past. And I am a member of the ICANN board, but I'm here in my personal capacity because AFNOG is one of my favorite organizations. It's a great pleasure to be participating here in this 2023 Africa Internet Summit. We will have 4 technical presentations between now and lunchtime. Each presentation is scheduled for 30 minutes, but I know we are a bit behind schedule, so I hope we will be able to recover a little bit of time. Our first presentation is from Mark Elkins. He will give an introduction to using DNSSEC. Mark was educated in the UK and he moved to South Africa in 1984. He's worked with Unix-based computer systems since his first year at university. And he's been involved with the DNS at least since he took on administration of the co.za domain in 1995. Today's co.za has more than 1 million subdomains, so that makes it the largest such domain in Africa. Mark has been providing DNS and DNSSEC training for the past 10 years or so, so he's very well placed to tell us about how to get started with DNSSEC. So over to you, Mark.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Mark Elkins, and there's coincidence after coincidence. So I just got back from Cape Town, where I was doing a DNS thingy for Tenet, the university network people, teaching them how to do some basic DNS. And that was held in exactly the same place where we were 20 years ago, where in fact, Mr. Alan Barrett helped organize the very, very first AFNOG meeting in Africa. So it's interesting, and I spoke at that time as well. I'm just prepping quickly to get this to look roughly right. And then I will continue. So my presentation today is going to be slightly technical, and it's more about how does one add DNSSEC to bind. And I decided foolishly to try and do this as a live thing. I'm hoping that when my screen pops up, everyone will be able to read it, but it looks fine down at the bottom there. Okay, so who runs DNS? Anyone in this room? No one runs DNS. Oh dear, wrong audience. Okay. Yes, okay. So I've got someone critical in the audience as well. So he can tell me where I go wrong when I start talking about this. So first of all, what is DNSSEC and why are people like me excited about it? DNSSEC, what is DNS? DNS is the ability to type in a URL on a computer screen or on a phone and for it to go to the right website. Humans using names, computers using numbers. That essentially is what DNS is all about. So DNS itself is a core infrastructure of how the internet works, how we are all working today. I mean, literally everyone here has at least one, if not two devices in front of them right now. The problem with DNS is the way it was built, it has a fundamental flaw. It is possible to push answers into what we call the resolving, the DNS resolver, so it will believe lies people tell it. And that happened, it was less than 20 years ago. And the problem behind that is that thing is still out there. Now, what they did do is at an IETF conference, a gentleman walked around with a phone or an iTablet, an iPad or something. And on that, he had a place where you could type in a name, a place where you could type in some information like an IP address. So the name could be www.bank.co.za, and the IP address could be the IP address of his fake bank. And he could inject that in literally under a minute. So you type in the two fields, you push the red button, and then that thing would start pushing data into the local resolver. And literally within a minute or two, you could spoof that address. So what the internet gurus did is they complicated the randomness of how you would reply to a packet. And they made it more secure. They made it more secure by 2 days. So now it only takes 2 days to infiltrate a DNS system. That is still not good enough. But already the IETF had already established this thing called DNSSEC, or domain name security. And so from literally the top down, from the bottom up, from the root all the way, it's possible to put signatures into your DNS so that when someone looks up a question in the DNS about a domain, they will find it's actually resolving properly. So this is full of me typing on keyboards, but if I do a dig on what I am trying to do, which is look at dnssec.edu.za, and I ask it for the A record. Why are we typing? What is wrong with my keyboard? Okay, it's done it. Might be a delay on the internet here. Okay, so, and it's not using my machine. What's going on here? Oh yeah, that is correct actually. Okay, so if we look very, very carefully, just under a few lines there, it gets an answer back. And it says header, and then it's got some flags. It's got a QR, RD, and an RA flag. What that tells me is that there's no DNSSEC involved in this domain at the moment, despite its name. And so I wanted to show you how easy it is to add DNSSEC if you're running bind. So if you're running bind, you'll know that most of the things that DNSSEC works with is in a file called named.conf. So inside the named.conf, and what we see down here is a zone entry that shows what it currently looks like. So there's the zone. It says dnssec.edu.za. It's a primary zone because this is the primary or the primary place where the information is going to be stored. And one of the things that I do, okay, so it needs a file to pick that information up out of. Now, right at the very top of everything, of this zone file, this is not working terribly well because of the speed of the internet, unfortunately. But what you see here is a directory operation. It's the directory statement says /var/bind. So everything is from that particular place. So come on, you can do it. No, you can't. Sorry, normally the internet here works blazingly fast and we don't have these strange problems. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is under etc bind, we have a directory called PRI for all my primary zones. And underneath that, I tend to create a directory by the name of the zone itself, when in this case it's dnssec.edu.za. And inside that, I've got my little database of the dnssec.edu.za stuff. So, but this is not enough information here. And so what I'm going to do to try and make life easier, yes. I understand that. Unfortunately, this is a technical presentation, and this is one presentation of 4 that are technical presentations before lunch. But what this, hopefully all I'm trying to say is this is how I'm going to secure my domain, how I'm going to add something called DNSSEC, which makes things stronger and better. I apologize if this is above your pay grade as such. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
Excuse me, sir.
So
You're speaking to members of parliament here. You're speaking for policymakers, and we're here to discuss and listen to this issue. If it is below our pay grade, we can walk out. But it's not going to help you, sir. By those sort of statements, not going to help you, not going to help this institution that we are trying to promote. I think the issue that I was trying to bring to you was, if you could rather leave the technical out and give us in broad aspects, what is it that you're trying to tell us, without going through those things, would have been much easier. But we accept your apology. But please do know that in this hall, there are a number of members of parliament who've taken a lot of money coming across here, our government money, to come and see and to come up and understand the situation on the African internet problems. Thank you.
thank you for that. I feel that I've been chastised fairly. Let me also point out that I'm also an ex-board member of AFNOG. I served on the board for 6 years. I'm one of the first few people that supported the concept of AFNOG. I really want AFNOG back on its legs. That is not what my presentation is about, unfortunately. So I really do. I am also here for those parts of the conference, and I did not organize the way in which these presentations would be provided to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simplify a little bit more. Now, okay, let me change the tune then. If you go and look at what governments are deciding around Africa, around Southern Africa, everyone thinks that DNSSEC is a clever idea, is a good idea, because what it does is initially it makes your zones secure. Your zone is where you store the information about who lives at what IP address, what services are available, etc. By making that safe, we can make a safer internet. So that is the purpose of what DNSSEC is about. So I won't go through too deep, But what I am saying is that there is a website available that anyone can go to called dnssec.edu.za, and it includes a few stanzas that would need to be put into a file, which I'm not going to bother about doing anymore. And by adding those simple stanzas to that file, then what happens is that that zone becomes DNSSEC signed on your machinery. It doesn't affect anything else on the internet, it's only on your machinery. And by adding that a few extra lines to any of the zones that you are managing, you can make all your zones locally DNSSEC signed. So that is what this exercise was going to be about. So I'll leave it at that. But after the zone is signed, then all you need to do is get that signature somehow moved up to the parent zone. So in this case, if the zone is dnssec.edu.za, then the parent is edu.za. Now there's a little bit of magic here because I also happen to run edu.za. And if it is signed, then my machine does something called DS scanning. And it will find that it will notice this zone has been signed, and it will automatically go and pick up the signature and put it into the parent zone. So literally the only thing that has to happen is you need to just make this a signed zone, and magic, internet magic happens. Other systems, you will have to take that signature. In fact, what should be happening is your DNS operator should be taking that information, that signature, and pushing it up to the parent. So to get a zone up into co.za takes literally seconds. And then within the next 15-minute clock tick, that zone will then be signed. That means that from the bottom of the route all the way through to your zone, everything is signed and secure. And why do you want signed and secure zones? What does it offer you? Well, it stops people tampering with your information, number one. They cannot tamper anymore. Number two, it's possible by adding a few other records into the DNS, like a TLSA record. And that means that, for example, email. Right now, people think email is secure. Between two SMTP, two mail servers on the internet, there is what we would call opportunistic encryption. So if the guy you're sending to has a security certificate and you notice that, then and you send it to that mail machine, it's secure. The problem is I use the word opportunistic. It's possible for a man in the middle, a bad person, to stand up and be a block between these two SMTP servers, these mail servers, and they can intercept that mail, and then they can read that mail in clear text and then send it on through to the receiving SMTP. Now, if you have an SSL security certificate for your mail system, you can create a signature of that, and it goes into this TLSA record, which is stuck in the internet. And if that TLSA record is also sitting in a DNSSEC signed zone, in other words, the security for the zone and the security, we've taken a signature and you put it in the zone because now the zone is secure, then your SMTP to SMTP, your mail to mail server process becomes deterministically secure, because now you know what the fingerprint of the certificate looks like. So you know you got to the right place, number one. Number two, you know that there is a certificate, and if it's not there or it's wrong, you will simply not send mail. So DNSSEC doesn't just make DNS safer, but it can make email safer as well. In other words, it can bring about a much more safe environment on the internet. And I think that's a message that even if you have no clue what I'm talking about, by following and making and pushing anything that makes the internet a safer tool to be used, I think that's a great thing. And that's why I think it's great that certain African countries, or many African countries, are stating that DNSSEC must happen fundamentally to a safe internet. I will finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't get into the technical side, but yeah, you did manage to explain to us the reasons for it, even if we didn't see the details of how to configure DNSSEC. We do have a few minutes for questions. I noticed there were some questions in the Zoom Q&A section. The first question that I see there is from Advocate Nandipa Zaluba, asking how would DNS leverage the AI security capabilities? So Mark, could you reply to that, please?
Sorry, can you just repeat the last part of that question?
How would DNS leverage the AI cybersecurity capabilities? So, you know, I guess is there any relationship between cybersecurity and DNSSEC, or does AI fit in with that anyhow?
I think the one fear about AI, and I don't think it's quite AI per se, but the potential newer generation of CPUs that might be coming around that are not necessarily based on pure logic, but more of an AI matter. What that could potentially do is it could make the DNS keys that we use for security more insecure. It could also make the certificates that we use for SSL websites more insecure as well. On the other hand, as and when these new types of CPU hit the market, I honestly believe that they will also be used to generate more secure certificates. Right now in DNSSEC, in the DNSSEC land, I'm using something called algorithm number 13, which is an ECDA elliptical curve thing. And because it's elliptical curve, it means actually it's pretty secure, is my understanding. But I am assuming that as AI grows, we will have better systems to generate more different passwords, if that will satisfy the question.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions in the room? I can't see from where I am.
There are two people, one by a microphone, one sitting down.
Okay, Mark, please could you deal with that? And you know, maybe if we may still have a few minutes, like maybe 3 minutes after the questions, I'm not sure. Mark, I think it would be helpful if in the 3 minutes you could show us very quickly, not step by step how to set it up, but the results of what happened after you've set it up. I'm not sure if you'll be able to do that. I know I'm springing it on you at the last minute.
Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience and then pose your question, please?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alan. This is Yazid from ICANN Technical Engagement. I cover Africa and Middle East. And some part of my work is actually to engage with all the technical stakeholders, meaning ISPs, regulators, country code top level domains. We are here in South Africa, and the country code top level domain for the country is .za. For those who don't probably not understand what we are talking about here. And when we look at the worldwide trends of DNSSEC adoption, we can see how Africa is lagging behind. And I'm pretty sure your presentation is just to let people understand that the issue is probably not at technical level, because technically speaking, we can deploy that technology in, let's say, a very fast manner. But my question now is, where is the problem? Because I can see we have parliamentary people here, we have decision maker people here, and most of the time, the technical people need support from decision makers, but they don't understand which value those technologies can bring into the overall ecosystem. So maybe the question should be what it brings and which kind of support we need, which we now understand that it is definitely not a technical problem. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, I'm hoping that I can answer one question at a time, so I don't lose myself in people's questions.
Well, my question is related, and it was based on that.
Then go ahead.
So my name is Omo Oaya. I am from the Western Central African Research Education Network. So similar premise. In your demonstration, you had started to talk about how that I needed to sort of communicate with the top level DNS provider. So I am assuming my region has a number of countries. So if I were in Nigeria, for instance, it means if I secured my DNS at my own network level, I would have to communicate with the TLD, the .ng provider, who might or might not be DNSSEC enabled. So again, that brings the issue to what the previous speaker had been talking about. Those are issues we really need to address. So it looks like the technical problems are not that complex in the sense that we can teach people how to do that, but we do need these hierarchies to understand that this is a hierarchy and everybody needs to be together.
Can I answer?
Yes, you may. You may.
Yes, you are quite right. Not all African CCTLDs are signed. They have all asked, they've all been told that they should be signed, but that hasn't happened yet. And as just because you've got something signed, like I said, you then take a signature and you put it into the parent. And if the parent happened to be co.za, I live in South Africa, then the owners of co.za will sign their domain and they will take a signature and they will put it into ZA. And in the same breath, ZA will have their zone signed and they will take a signature and they will put it into into the root, so that there's a trail of signatures. Not all African countries have unfortunately done this. There are maps on the internet that show this in its progression. Yeah, one day I'm expecting that all African domains will be signed. And this is something that I really think needs to happen. Yeah. It needs to happen around Africa. Well, it has to happen around the world. And it is happening around the world. We're just way slower than anyone else. So that type of thing is happening. If you have the opportunity to have this to have this conversation with a country that does not have a signed CCTLD, then that's great. We can talk to them and see if they can get that done. Now, interestingly enough, ICANN is paying me to be part of a study of DNS in Africa. And one of the aspects for that DNS study in Africa is to create something called the observatory. And there is going to be a presentation on the observatory later on. But that observatory, if you simply go into it, you can see immediately which countries have got DNSSEC and which hasn't. So you can see where the problem lies. And because it's an observatory and it looks at stuff, it can see changes in growth. And there's a gentleman at the back in a blue shirt called Alain, and he is part of the team put together by ICANN, who will be running around some of the northern or middle countries in Africa, teaching CCTLDs how to do DNSSEC. And that's why I wanted to do this presentation on, actually, it's pretty easy and you can do it even if nothing else is signed, so that when things do get signed above you, you can actually bring that stuff in. And I have completely forgotten the questions of the first guy, but never mind.
I'll rephrase.
We are running very short of time now. I think we've reached the end. So perhaps we can take one last question or comment.
Okay.
From the floor.
First and foremost, Sandy Lechikyunjengela, youth. I've been at the South African Investment Conference as a delegate speaking under mining, and I've got my own company called Vintage IT and Media Design. So basically, we're looking at recycling and how that will affect, the country and developing in terms of Africa in the Internet Forum. And one of the key things that we saw an opportunity in is to look into AI. And one cool dude who, when I say youth, is first and foremost, I just want to say this. Can everybody just chill? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why I'm saying that, because we won't move forward if we have to name drop what we do, but we will move forward if youth can say, this is where the internet is going. We are afraid of what AI is going to do, but we are still pointing fingers when someone is giving something that is technical and we have to rank. Rank does not matter because the internet is needed by people. The youth itself does not know how to code. And we're talking about African kids. And something that you mentioned about DNS, which is very important, IBM, along with will.i.am, have worked out an AI app program that basically uses the same cybersecurity as what you will find on Ethereum and cryptocurrencies, right? That shows innovation in a grand spot that the world is moving on. But here in Africa, we have the resources and the people, but we're not coming together because first and foremost, we need to pull rank. So let me pull my rank as youth. I want to first use the internet to clean the country so we can pay back the people, because there are incentives globally that are going to help. So the internet is one of the platforms that we can use to communicate. We should be teaching kids how to code. We should be having more and more people in the room understanding that presentation that you were putting on, because it's vitally important and you put the time to put it together. So I first want to say thank you to you. And I'd like to chat later on, and I'd like to connect, because I'm here to connect. I'm not here to be cool. I'm already cool in my place. You know what I'm saying? I'm the coolest kid in the room. I'm a celebrity, I'm a go-getter, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an inquisitive, and I'm a changer. So anyone who's coming at me, be cool. Welcome to Africa, welcome to South Africa, same sides. You understand? We all fighting, you just want to make things change, man. So can we just calm down? I didn't like that. I really, really didn't like that, sir. And I really didn't like that, but with that said,
please,
all your presentations,
relax.
And my question that I'm going to say, I was honoring our speaker, and my question to say, bringing the youth on the table is to say this: how do you bring about greater change and breaking all these rankings and norms that we are fighting so that we can actually access the better core of the internet from your perspective with your knowledge, sir?
I'll answer that quickly. We have been doing DNS training in South Africa for 15 years, free to ISPs. We've been doing that. And we're probably one of the few African countries that has regular training anywhere, in fact, probably in the world. So we have been contributing back.
Thank you. Mark, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I think for technical, Mark, this is quite important because some of us were the CEOs and founders of ISPs. I'm a CEO of Dashos. So I'll ask that we have a breakaway, especially for technical and those who are interested, because that presentation was quite important for some of us. So can we have that breakaway session with you for this technical presentation? Thank you.
And if someone can switch back to my screen, one of the last things that I was asked to do was just show what happens when DNSSEC is involved. And if you look at the flags, there's an extra.
I'm sorry, Mark, we have run out of time. So maybe if you can do it in 1 minute, please. If there's longer than that, you need to skip it.
And there is an AD bit there, and that means it's authenticated data. Therefore, DNSSEC is working. So that's what you're looking for.
Okay, thanks very much. So I understood the last point was when you do a DNS query and you get a result, there'll be a flag that says AD that says it has been authenticated. So DNSSEC has worked. Okay, I'm sorry, everybody. We have exceeded our time. We need to move to the next session. So our next technical presentation is about subsea fiber optic cables. So these are the cables that run under the oceans that are essential to the backbone of internet connectivity throughout the world. And our presenters are Nomsa Mwayenga and Egomaran Jegede. They're both on the network investment team at Meta, and Meta is the company behind Facebook. So they're both network engineers with many years of experience. Nomsa is a founding member of ISOC Zimbabwe, a founding member of ZimNog, and she participated in the formation of IGF Zimbabwe. So experience not only on the technical side, but also on the civil society organizations. She was also recently appointed as a trusted community representative who is involved in signing the DNSSEC keys for the root zone. Egomaran is a project manager, and he's been involved with undersea cables as well as building data centers. And he served on the Nigerian presidential panel to help draft the Nigerian National Broadband Plan. So both these presenters have significant relevant experience. I look forward to hearing what they have to say about undersea cables. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, got it right. Okay, so I won't bother introducing myself, that has been done. I'm here representing an organization called ASEF, even though I'm an employee of Meta, just clearing it out. So I'm representing ASEF in my personal capacity. I'm here with my colleague Ego, and we thought it's necessary for us to come together in this society, in this community, to talk about the backbone of Africa's internet, which is subsea cables. So I'm starting off with an introduction of ASEF, what we are all about, initiatives and work streams we're spun up. And then I'll share a 3-minute video about subsea cables. There's a huge misconceptions in some cases of what subsea cables are, what they do, and what the internet is. So hopefully that video will help a lot of us in here. And my colleague is going to run through an overview of the subsea cables deployed in Africa, and the ecosystem, the impact on the internet, challenges, gaps, industry efforts and collaboration efforts, opportunities, next steps, resources. And if we have time, we can go through the Q&A section. So ASEF is Africa Subsea Plus Ecosystem Forum. And our mission is to support Africa's Subsea Plus ecosystem growth and evolution at scale. So we have themed ourselves Africa from the inside out, meaning we want to concentrate on Africa's opportunities, challenges, because we understand them better from inside Africa and of course out towards the global community. So ASEF is an industry-led initiative. It's a non-profit organization, community-led as well. And we are involved in the development of subsea ecosystem and industry initiatives in Africa, focused primarily on increasing and improving local awareness, education, talent, technology, and policy. May I have a show of hands of anyone who's involved in the subsea industry here? 0. Okay. Oh, there's one person? Oh, okay, that's perfect. And just a question, I'm sorry, I probably have to single you out because you're the only one. Is this a profession you thought of from early ages, maybe high school, university?
Oh, exactly.
No, okay, yeah. That is, it's not uncommon, and thank you very much, sir. it's all around the globe, including people like myself who are now working in subsea. Part of my role at Meta, I'm part of the To Africa rollout. So that is my involvement. It's only because I'm at close proximity, but for most people, they have never heard about subsea. And this is one of the reasons and the backbone of our research and our interest in all of the gaps that we then discovered and observed, which brought us to the formation of ASF, which we crystallized in 2022 last year. So we observed that there is low awareness, low participation of Africans in the global subsea space. I recall one conference I attended, there was only 1% Africa participation. And I thought this is something we can improve on. It's just a matter of an awareness. It's not an Africa problem, it's a global problem. But I think we have the opportunity right now to get into the cracks of some of these gaps and make a difference. So I've been talking about subsea plus. The reason why I kept saying plus with an emphasis is you cannot ever talk about subsea without recognizing the partner, which is on the terrestrial. So we all know service providers, MNOs, those who give us our cell phone coverage and the like. And then there's also another ecosystem which thrives on good internet access and usability, which is all of the fancy things that we're talking about, cloud services, machine learning, AI, Gen AI, and soon to come, the metaverse and the like. There is a definite correlation to how we develop the subsea and its capacity into the terrestrial, which needs us to all pay attention to. Okay, so we are here as a community, right? We're coming from different aspects or different silos, if I should say. Some people here are policymakers, some are from the government, some of us are technical, some of us are coming from commercial backgrounds, some are lawyers. And at the end of the day, they say when you want to run fast, you end up running alone or you run alone. And for us, with all the challenges we have, it's about running far. So this is why we are coming together as a community. I heard Prof saying this is an incubator for sure. I've seen a lot spinning out, including the ZIMNOG that I was talked about. It all spun up from conversations in rooms like this. So we are looking at a community and we are run by a community. I just want to shout out to other co-founders who are online, who have joined us online, Sade and Kemi, who have also seen these gaps and have joined us to come up with solutions for Africa and for Africans in the subsea space. So why do we exist? We exist because, first of all, we want to support the global industry. We don't work in a bubble. Some of the protocol standards, all the cables and components that make up the cable, make it functional, are produced somewhere else. And we are just part of that ecosystem because we roll these cables out on our seashores. So we would want to plug in and be impactful, also learning and exchanging ideas with the global community. Secondly, we'd like to promote youth and minority development by increasing the African talent pipeline. At a global front, this is open information which the likes of Sub-Optic Foundation have shared with us. There is a lack of participation from young people in the subsea space, and the majority of the seasoned experts who are in this space are also reaching their retirement age. It was a closed community, but it's opening up because at some point, we're not slowing down the rollout of new cables. I'm sure you all know there's new cables, Peace to Africa, there is Equiano. And just to call out that To Africa is one of the cables that's surrounding Africa, which means of all the countries that are involved, there is new participants in that. And where are we going to get the expertise to maintain, to operate these cables? And where are we going to, if we don't start now, thinking forward about how to close this gap, where are we going with the development of subsea systems on our continent? These are the questions we're asking ourselves. Thirdly, we're looking at supporting the industry and technology. Every single thing on the internet is developed by a human being. Of course, can be fancy and say Gen AI is producing things or whatever, but fundamentally, we look at how all of these cables are brought. When we talk about cable and transmission on a subsea cable, there's new technologies out there. There is hopes to create petabit capacity from a single cable that's laid. Right now, we're talking about 180 TB To Africa, for example. I think Google, if I'm not mistaken, would you know, Ego? About 100. This was never the case a few years ago. So all of this development on the cable itself and on the components that make up the subsea cables, this is all important for us to be involved in, to understand it, so that we can be participants in pushing it forward to the next generation of cables and transmission networks on subsea cables. Then we're looking at strengthening the policy framework. Africa has 38 coastal countries, and of those 38, there's 16 that are landlocked as well. So the total makes it 54, if I'm not mistaken. And when you look at cables that are being developed, there's going to be more participation from countries that have never dealt with subsea cables before. Subsea is very broad, so we can talk about the technicals. That might be maybe difficult or simple depending on where you are. There's also commercials that are specific to subsea. There's also legal frameworks that are specific to subsea licensing, and all of those, they're complex in their own right, and maybe even more complex when we're talking about 38 countries trying to make sense of this thing and trying to roll it out on their shores and trying to push that capacity into their countries for their users to benefit from. It's definitely something we are looking into and would love to close this gap as well. Because if we look at it on a policy framework as well, there are countries and sub-regions within Africa who have spearheaded, who have done so well, who would want to leverage on this expertise and maybe come up with standards and frameworks at a regional level so that they can work for the best for those who are entering the subsea space, and it will speed up the way in which we then roll out these cables. Then lastly, we're looking at improving investment and the return of investment. Investment for new cables, there's consortiums that come together normally for open access cables. They come together because they're expensive. It's expensive to roll out an undersea cable. And also for cables that are there, I'm just going to call out a few, there's more, which Ego will touch on, but the likes of AIS, WAX, these cables, at some point will reach their end of life. That is a known phenomenon, it's physics, but we can surely unlock more ROI from those cables before they get there, as we progress with newer technologies on undersea cables. And we're also looking at how traffic demand scales up on the terrestrial networks to increase revenue and support the subsea infra across Africa. So as a team, we thought, okay, there's different expertise, different areas of interest. We have 4 major work streams. The first is the technical community, which looks into all the advancements, all the buzzwords that are going around. How can we introduce AI into subsea, into operating networks, into maintaining? There's a lot that is going on. Right now, I was hearing about drones going into the undersea bed to help out with maintenance, to do some surveys. All of that is stuff we can do as Africans here on the continent, and of course, with our counterparts in the global community. The policy community, education and career development. I'll stop there and just comment. I was asking someone, how big do you think a subsea cable is? And they said it must be this size, maybe the circumference of a drum. The answer is no. It might be smaller than your finger. So it's all of that, just awareness for students, breaking it down into bite sizes. The younger they are, we just make it plain simple, and we go further as we address different education institutions and their levels. And lastly, the industry and commerce, which will touch on the development of industries that participate in the subsea ecosystem. And of course, this will roll into programs that we have, virtual workshops and summits going forward. So I'm going to play a short video as promised. This will give an introduction to what subsea, or a background of subsea cables. And thereafter, my colleague Ego is going to come up and carry on with the agenda.
I'm sorry, Nomsa, we've already used up all the time. We have maybe 5 minutes remaining. This is the scheduled end, but we can have 5 minutes for questions or for a quick wrap up.
Okay, so using the rest of our time wisely, I'll go through pretty quickly in terms of looking at subsea cables in Africa and the impact, some of the challenges and opportunities to collaborate. As my colleague Nomsa mentioned, you have a lot of cables, getting up towards 30 cables surrounding Africa, either landed or in development. You have many countries, almost 9, that only have 1 subsea cable landing. And on the other hand, you have countries like Egypt, South Africa here that have 11 cables, Djibouti, Nigeria, Cameroon, and so on. And what you can see in some of the cables highlighted here are the differences in capacity, going from less than a terabyte all the way up to the newer cables that are hitting 180, over 100 terabytes, and then predictions of going up to petabytes within the next few years. So it's an incredible amount of development and demand. And so, yeah, covering the different cables, you can see a little bit of a correlation between the countries that have a lot of cables landed and the internet penetration. Of course, there are many other factors once you cross from subsea into terrestrial, and policy and cost of deployment and right of way and so on. But I thought it was very interesting to look at the countries that have the highest subsea cables all the way to the lowest, and the correlation or the pattern in terms of internet penetration. And we can even see in Ethiopia, which is a landlocked country right next to Djibouti that has 15 subsea cables landing, you see 16% internet penetration. So there's a lot of opportunity for partnership and driving the capacity inland. Subsea cable industry from the 1850s to now, we're really sending in the 1850s Morse code signals across the transatlantic, and now we're getting into sending high resolution videos. And so as an example, cables that carry about 90 terabytes per second, they can carry about 18 million streamed movies at the same time, to give you an example of the capacity. And then in terms of some of the challenges and gaps in the ecosystem, one of the challenges that subsea cables encounter are cuts of the subsea cable. And this can either be due to natural occurrences or due to man-made occurrences. So recently in August, there was an undersea landslide, and that affected two major cables that were coming into Africa. And so both in West Africa and South Africa, the internet access was affected. And so that's the impact, the unseen impact of subsea cables. And then my colleagues already talked about education gaps as well as talent gaps. I stumbled into subsea almost by accident, computer engineering, started out developing and designing mobile phones, and then moved into the data center and the fiber industry, but ended up on a beach in the southeastern part of Nigeria, managing UK and Malaysian divers to land cables in Africa. So it was very interesting entry into that industry. And like Nomsa mentioned, we want to promote a lot more awareness of this so that coming out of high school, no matter how long ago that would have been, you have an interest in subsea and see this, whether you're policy, a lawyer, technical, or a program manager as myself, there's opportunities to participate. And one of the key things we also need to be aware of is providing internet and providing coverage is one thing, but on the other side, what are we doing in terms of affordability and devices for people to use? We're stepping in, moving from 3G to 4G and 4G to 5G, looking at coverage across different countries. And even for Nigeria, when I was working on developing the Nigerian broadband plan as one of the consultants, yes, we can have fantastic coverage across the country, but what are we doing so that people can afford these end devices and actually access and pay for data? If the cost of data is what it costs as your monthly salary, then we're not going to reach that level of impact. So that's one important thing to keep in mind. So this is just some of the industry players that are helping to develop the internet infrastructure globally, from content providers to manufacturers of the subsea cable, to people who run the vessels, to the MNOs, as well as the internet societies as well. So I thought it was important to highlight that many people are involved in this industry and to raise awareness there. And then also to highlight people like Suboptic, Google, Optica Foundation, Meta, Vodafone, Orange. They've all been pushing to get more awareness, driving schools, driving certifications, reaching back to really educate people about the industry and hold workshops. And so this is something we hope to expand on, raise awareness of, and drive it globally. Now, post-pandemic, a lot of these workshops can be hosted in hybrid fashion, just as this conference, so people can access it wherever they are. And that will help to promote the industry quickly.
Okay, I'm sorry, Elamron, I must ask you to wind up now. We've gone past our time.
Absolutely. So this is second to last slide that just shows what ASEF is doing. We were at ITW, obviously honored to be here now. In November, we'll be at Afritech, educating people about what we're doing. And in December, we're partnering with Tech Connect in Kenya, in Ghana, South Africa, and in Nigeria to reach out to universities to educate about subsea, the industry, and the opportunities for the career. And then in 2024, we're going to have quarterly initiatives around the 4 tracks that were mentioned. How do we have specific impact within the industry? So they'll be targeted and measurable so that by the end of 2024, we can come back and actually present the impact that we've been having across the continent. Some resources which we'll share on the slides, which are publicly available from all of these companies. And if you want to reach out to us, asefafrica.org, info@asefafrica.org. And if we have enough time for questions, we'd be open to them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We have gone past our time, but there are several questions that have been entered in the Zoom chat. We don't have time for all of them, but I'm going to try to paraphrase one which is specific to subsea cabling. Since these cables, the question is from Advocate Nandipa and Saluba, and I'll paraphrase, I won't just read it verbatim. How do we deal with the extraterritorial issues regarding subsea cabling? Because a lot of them are in the deep sea outside territorial waters. What are the cybersecurity realities and the international legal mechanisms that apply to such cables?
Fantastic question. Lots to cover within that that question and a lot to unpack. So you have the domestic waters, and then you have the international territorial waters. And there was a question about how we deal with those issues around cybersecurity and maintenance as well. So very broadly, I'd say the subsea cables, whether it's individually owned or the consortiums, ensure that from the cable landing station, there's encryption end to end. And they have monitoring systems that actually monitor all along the length of the cable, so they can tell whenever there's a breach, maybe in terms of the severing of the cable, because we're talking about, you know, hundreds of kilometers below the ocean at the seabed. It's very rare to see people trying to penetrate or affect the cable physically. You'd more likely see attacks at the cable landing station and making sure that there's security in terms of access on the terminal and equipment, I would say. And in terms of the maintenance, each subsea cable has insurance with vessel providers. So whenever there's a cut or a damage to the subsea cable, they've already paid for insurance, and vessels get deployed to go to the point where there was a breakage or a damage, pull up the cable from the ocean bed, re-splice it, test it, and put it back into operation. So that was a very quick answer, but at some of the links and resources we provided, you can go into the detail in terms of security around subsea cables and international waters versus domestic waters, some of the challenges that we face within the industry. So I hope that answers it.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I think we do have to move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much to Nomsa and Egonron. Now our next presentation is a recorded video. It's about the Links Nairobi Internet Exchange Point. Links, that's spelled L-I-N-X, started as the London Internet Exchange in 1994, and they now have a presence in several locations around the world. And Links Nairobi was opened in 2022. Please, can our tech team play the video?
Hello, everyone. My name is Halil Kama. I'm a senior peering advisor, and I look after our partnerships at Links. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today. Apologies, I can't be there in person in the lovely Johannesburg, one of my most favorite cities. But unfortunately, calendars don't permit, and we're forced to do a remote presentation for this occasion. But hopefully, it will be an insightful presentation where we can give some information on what Links is doing in Africa and the wider scope of things to come. So, Links Nairobi, your interconnection hub for East Africa. As hopefully most of you will know, we've made our first foray into the African market, and we've chosen Kenya as our location to do so. So Nairobi has been our focal point for launching our internet exchange. Today I'm going to talk about that and the benefits of interconnecting into our exchange in Kenya and what it means for the region. So a bit of background, the London Internet Exchange, we were established in 1994. We're one of the largest exchanges in the world. We have a very strong non-profit community of 850 plus members connected to our exchange, over 900 plus ASNs peering individually at our exchange. We have many customers and /members ranging from telco, ISPs, financial networks, enterprise networks, all passing data and exchanging traffic with each other across the Links platform. We're located in over 80 plus countries globally, so far and wide as Tokyo to Africa, all across Africa to the US and everything in between. And that's what makes Links such a great community to be a part of. So, new interconnection hub, the Link strategy. Why Africa? Why did we choose Kenya as our first area in Africa to look at? So we've always been open to exploring ideas of working with all of our partners around the world. As you just heard me say, we're in 80 different countries globally with the help of our partners, but we've always been approached to work with many partners from around the world in building up an IXP, but we haven't done so because the setting wasn't correct, or the partnership didn't sit right, or the country itself didn't actually require an IXP. In this area, we found the perfect fit for us was Kenya, so we decided to look at this further. We found that there was a great need to keep traffic local within Africa, as a lot of the traffic is tromboning into Europe. As you all know, across the wax cable and many other cables that come into the African ecosystem, all of this traffic, unfortunately, all goes up to Marseille and into Europe and then back down again. So what we're trying to do is combat this and see the next wave of data transfer happening locally. And obviously, we would like to try and be the ones that are sparing this ecosystem growth that is going to be happening locally. So we're always, Links is one of Links's core foundations is that we support local interconnections. And that's what we hope to try and achieve by connecting locally in Nairobi. So the content, as I just mentioned, will no longer go from Europe into Africa. The content will be in Africa, serving Africa. This also gives resilience, it improves latency on the network, and undoubtedly it will also help save on costs. So all in all, we hope that it will have a great positive impact for the local community. So, as Africa is a very rapidly developing market with great potential, we believe that obviously we can help and do our bit as Links to accelerate this growth further. We have great partnerships and great strong partnerships with many providers in Africa, to name a few below. AfriX, BIG, CMC Networks, Angola Cables, Work Online, etc., many others that we've worked with for a number of years in London and elsewhere globally, either at a partnership level or directly connecting into Links. So we look to leverage on these strong partnerships and bring our expertise in working with them locally to your doorsteps in Kenya to work together and build a stronger ecosystem for Kenya and in Africa in general. So why Kenya? Why did we pick Kenya as our first location out of many countries that are located in Africa? It's an interesting user case because Kenya has a very vast and diverse growing internet population, or internet usage population, should I say. 47 million plus internet users. 89.7% of the population is connected, which is phenomenal. That's a great breakout rate for the population in general. It's ranked 3rd in Africa on internet quality. We hope to obviously help improve this number as time passes. There are over 151 unique ASNs, and that is also something that we look at before we enter a new market, because it's a key indicator of how well interconnectivity is doing within Nairobi. Added to that, the huge infrastructure investments that are happening from the likes of Google and other blue chip companies out there that are heavily investing in Kenya. They see it as a stable economy that is a hub of business and a digital economy as well for Africa in general. Added to that, several submarine cables are landing in Mombasa. So we know of many providers that are in Mombasa connecting up vast amounts of data and passing that across into Nairobi. And our goal is to obviously bring it even more locally, give it a more local breakout to the population in Kenya in general by bringing in more content players, more ISPs, more telcos, so that the traffic isn't tromboning back up to Europe. And we hope by doing so, it will obviously benefit everyone involved. So, as mentioned, for us, Kenya hits all the right spots. It's a great place to do business. The environment for us to do it is much more easier to operate in than other countries. The internet population is great in what we're looking at. So all these factors play a huge part in our decision-making process. But obviously the technological innovation is also one of the key parts that play towards this. So Nairobi is often referred to as the Silicon Savannah of Africa, which is a great nickname to have. Outside of obviously South Africa and what they've built there and the great job that's happening over there in terms of interconnectivity, I think the second hub for that is either going to be Nairobi or obviously in Nigeria. but it's also being trusted by the likes of, as I mentioned, the large blue chips, IBM, Microsoft, Google. They've set up AI research labs in Kenya, which is a great positive show of strength for the Kenyan economy. There are also further investments from Google that are heavily investing into Nairobi. The data there speaks for itself. So hopefully that will all run smoothly and everything comes into fruition. And it only enriches the IX ecosystem. So hopefully, well, ideally in an ideal world, we would obviously like Google to come on board, and hopefully they will at some point to join us on our exchange and help push the technical innovations forward altogether in Kenya. So what does Links bring to the table? What do we bring that's different? What do we bring that's unique? What is our USPs in this marketplace? Well, as I mentioned at the very first slide, we're one of the largest IXP operators in the world. We have run and are running one of the most state-of-the-art internet exchange points globally. So we look to bring that expertise locally to Kenya. So we operate fully automated, secure IXPs. We have portal services. We have IX APIs allowing users to order seamlessly through our portal and place up an order and spin an order up in a very, very short period of time, cutting out all the manual processes. We have one of the best peering products that there is as such, a private interconnect product in London that's heavily used by all of our, quite a large number of our members. We've recently launched a Cloud Connect product as well in our London location. Closed user group, private VLANs, these are all added values that we provide as Links. So obviously we would like to try and bring this into Kenya as well, to service this ecosystem and give value to the members that are connecting there in Kenya. So they don't have to go into Europe to reach the Cloud Connect providers that are there, or to private interconnect into someone in Telehouse in London, example, and trombone that traffic back down to Nairobi. We're looking to bring that locally and keep the traffic local so that it improves latency and improves the cost effectiveness for the networks involved. We've served quite a large interconnection ecosystem in general. Links has a bird's eye view of, as we said, over 900 plus ASNs from across the globe. So hopefully we could bring that expertise in operating in Kenya to you. So the IXP ecosystem, who do we have? Why are they connecting? And what are they obtaining from connecting into us at Links? So we have
We seem to have lost the sound. Can the tech team please look into it?
We have government institutions pairing at Links. We even have military entities pairing at Links. Obviously, that's a very unique user case, but hopefully we'll be in a place where our IXP will be able to reach so many networks that the Kenyan military may even look at it at one point, or another part of Africa, for whatever reason it may be. There are always specific user cases why a certain network would need an IXP. It may be for latency, it may be for costs, it may be to reach one particular network that they have a lot of traffic to. Those two reasons are the same. Each network is individual on their requirements. And obviously coming into the marketplace in Africa, we would like to try and understand and sit with the local networks and hear their pain points and try to fix this for them. That's what our job is, and the bottom underlining point of what we're trying to do. And obviously by doing so, we create a competitive edge, right? We want more hyperscalers to come into Nairobi. We want to be able to support this. We want to be able to lend the Links brand name to being able to leverage our relationships in helping this come into Nairobi, whether it's a large hyperscaler, whether it's an independent ISP. We want to help everyone far and wide as much as we possibly can in making it into a connection hub. So where are we located in Nairobi? I mentioned that we are now in Nairobi. We've actually just done the build out and we are ready to go on our exchange. So our first site was AIS Africa. AIS Africa is a brand new hyperscale data center in Nairobi. They invited us to partner with them in building an IXP in Kenya. They launched in 2022. It's a great facility. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to have a look if you're in Nairobi. Please feel free to reach out to myself and I could arrange a tour for you via our colleagues there at AIS Africa. It's a great facility that's built up to a level that is equivalent to what we see in Europe. So I'm really happy with the progress that's happened there. It's great for the ecosystem. They're looking at bringing in the hyperscalers, cloud providers, and co-locating for all types of networks that need network connectivity in East Africa. So I think it's a great benefits for Kenya, some great news for Nairobi that they've been able to open their site and provide such a large campus that can deliver that amount of megawatts into Nairobi. So this is our first site of where we launched in Africa from the AIS Africa data center. This is where Links Nairobi itself has launched. So then we've also launched in 2 other data centers. So there's 3 in total across Nairobi. I'll skip on to the next slide. The second site for us is African Data Centers, so commonly known as ADC. They're one of the largest data center operators in Africa, interconnected with carriers, cloud. They're a completely neutral data center facility, which is what we are looking for when we come to partner with a data center. They have services, 9 facilities in 6 countries. So it's great that they've got a wide expansion there of what could potentially happen. Their network, it spans a great area. So that's something that is obviously of great use for customers that come into ADC and that want to connect out. I'm sure the guys at ADC can help you reach the other locations, and if you have any particular business requirements in the countries that they operate in. Then I'll move on to the third site I should mention is ICOLO. So we'll be operating from there as well. I don't have a slide deck for that yet, but you'll be able to also connect into us from ICOLO in Nairobi. So there's a 3 data center ring that will be taking place. That means that if a network connects in to AIS Africa, connects into ADC, connects into ICOLO, they will be able to reach us at any of those locations and reach the same networks that are present at any of those sites. Meaning we are creating an ecosystem much wider than each data center. This is created for an IXP ecosystem. That's what Links Nairobi is trying to achieve. So if you cross connect in from ADC, you can still reach the same networks that you would get at AIS Africa and vice versa. We hope this brings resilience onto the network and provides a better ecosystem for everyone involved. So the technical solution that we've utilized for Nairobi. Obviously, as I mentioned, we're one of the best in the world at operating IXPs. We have a great engineering team that focus heavily on R&D and always looking at the next best thing and what we could possibly do to provide higher quality level of service for our member base. The switches that we've deployed are via Nokia. So we have a great strong partnership with them, and we've utilized them in London and other sites that we are globally present at. In this case, we've also used them in Nairobi as well. So they can offer connectivity at 1 gig, 10 gig, 100 gig, 400 gig even. So there's some exciting things that Nokia is doing. Their lead times are great. Our partnership is very strong. We've chose to partner with them for our sites in Kenya. So service products and services and products that we provide. So you'll be able to get the full range of peering interconnectivity that we provide in London, in Kenya locally. So that's a standard peering service over a flat layer 2. You'll be able to achieve that and peer with any of your neighbors that speak BGP. We'll be offering a reseller program that targets customers who don't want to build the POP directly, but would like to join Links Nairobi. So you could peer remotely, let's say from London into Nairobi, without having to have a POP in Nairobi. It's a cost-effective way of doing it. Some networks use it to test the waters before building out a full POP and making that CapEx investment. It also enables flexibility. So if you wish to have a burstable bandwidth by using one of our connections reseller partners, you could have a burstable bandwidth, let's say initially at 5 gig, and you could boost that up to 10 gig within 24 hours. So it's a very simple way of giving you that elasticity on your network as and when the requirements are needed. As I mentioned before, it's no secret we're looking at creating an East African hub, of which obviously Links will serve in that ecosystem of working with our partners, our data center partners, our carrier partners, our reseller partners, working with them all to create a hub together for Nairobi. Working with our connections partners to further push the envelope on what can be done and bringing in further networks and raising the ASN count in Kenya. From being in mid-hundreds, hopefully we could double that and get up to 200, 300, 400 ASNs connected into Kenya locally. And obviously that will then support the interconnection in East Africa and make it a hub. That's what we're hoping to do. The more value that Links can add as a IXP operator, that value will hopefully be seen in the local economy and seen across East Africa as well. As I said, I don't like to blow our trumpet too much, but as being one of the best operators in the world for IXPs, we operate a state-of-the-art modern high-capacity solution that we can offer. And that's exactly what we've provided with the Nokia solution that we have in Nairobi. Our members are always asking us for higher amounts of bandwidth at a lower cost. And that's an ever-going cycle that happens in our IXP data world. So we're combating that as best as we can with the brightest minds and the best talents to be able to do that. And we believe so for the Nokia solution does cover that for the moment. And we're always looking at new ways of doing things. So yes, we're always, our team are working with Nokia and other vendors as well to look at what's coming next, 800 gig and further afield on that. As I mentioned earlier, so the data centers will be connected with each other. So there'll be a ring between IX Africa, ADC, and ICOLO, where you'll be able to connect into one of them and be able to reach all of the multiple networks that are connected into Links Nairobi across these sites. This just adds value to the ecosystem of what we're trying to do. And with our connections reseller program, hopefully clouds programs and things that are coming in of that nature, it will enrich the USPs that are offered at our exchange points. So all of our AIXs are operating on a leaf and spine architecture. And what this means is we try to keep it as simple as possible over a flat layer 2. The customers connect to the leaf switches with the spine switches, then interconnecting both. It keeps things as simple as possible and allows us to have a traditional ring-based or meshed architecture that scales better at a lower cost, essentially, because that's the driving force that we all want to keep our costs low and obviously provide that to the local economy. This is what the network design would look like in an eggshell. So you've got the spine, 100 gig spine on each side. Then you've got a 10 gig and 100 gig leaf that it breaks down to. And then you have the customer switches at the bottom there, where the customer's bandwidth requirements are split, and then connecting back up into the leaf. And again, this enables us to offer a low cost, high bandwidth solution that can be scalable. This architecture also allows us to provide a redundant connection for our IXPs. So that mitigates us against switch failures, against maintenances, power failures, etc. It builds resilience on the network, and we want to keep operating at 5 nines, of which we do in London, and we want to bring that to Nairobi. It is often a requirement for the larger networks, the CDNs, that they have all of these in place before they come to a site. So we've tried to envisage that and make our operations in Kenya equivalent to the level of service they would expect to receive in London. As I mentioned, there's different capacity requirements that are available. So 1 gig, 10 gig, 1 gig, 2 gig, 10 gig, 100 gig capable switches. We've tried to future-proof it as best as possible and try to make a seamless change where if the bandwidth needed on an exchange point needs to be upgraded fairly quickly, we'll be in a position to do that. The 100 gig ports could be broken out 4 times 10 or into multiple different variants. So depending on the customer requirements, we could break out the ports that we have and the available capacity that we have on these switches into the requirements that are needed for our customers. We offer a 10 gig port as standard, but then we rate limit the ports between 1 and 5 gig. So ideally it's around about 2 gig, but we rate limit them at 2 gig, 5 gig, and 10 gig. We've moved away from our 100 megabit connections now as we believe the marketplace is changing. So it's going more towards obviously higher bandwidth consumption. So our connections partner will provide, let's say, 500 meg and upwards in terms of connectivity. With all of that, I'd like to take any questions. Please feel free to email me. I'm happy to answer any type of questions, or there is no silly questions when it comes to peering. So I'm happy to answer all the questions that are out there. It's been a pleasure to present to you today. I hope to do this in person at the next event, and I hope to see you all soon. I wish you all a great conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we don't have any way of taking questions immediately. So if you have questions, you can email to the address that was given there. Right, let's move on to our fourth and last technical presentation before lunch. We will hear about how to use the RIPE Atlas ecosystem to minimize the impact of network incidents. Our presenter is Leah Hestina, who is a senior project coordinator for the RIPE NCC, and she works on the development of RIPE Atlas coverage and coordinates the RIPE Atlas Ambassadors Program and the RIPE Atlas Sponsoring Program. RIPE Atlas is the world's largest active internet measurement network. It includes more than 12,000 probes all over the world, and every probe continuously takes measurement and reports the results to a database which anyone can query. And researchers can also influence what measurements are taken. So this presentation will take you through 3 possible mechanisms of using RIPE Atlas probes to help you react to incidents. So please, Leah, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. First of all, I would like to thank you for being here. I know it's close to lunch. So let me start with this. Imagine the world without lights. World outside will look dark. As a network operator, there are so many things that you can do in order to get your business running properly, right? There are so many things that are within your means, within your control that you can do. Imagine your business is a castle. So within your castle, within your wall, things like security, communication within your business, staff, you can make sure that they're happy. And let me see. Oh, it's stuck. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's coming. I guess I was too quickly. And systems that you can make sure that they're running properly, right? But what happened outside the wall? What are there outside the wall? Are there danger out there? Things like maybe hijacker, people or your business relation that are unhappy. And more importantly, You might have your customer that are unhappy with your performance, your network performance. They can write you bad reviews on Google, right? So the world outside your wall is kind of like an entanglement. There's even dragon probably. So my name is Lia Estina. I work from the RIPE NCC, and today I'm going to talk to you about minimizing impact when incident happen using RIPE Atlas. So let me start with what RIPE Atlas is. I'm sure many of you here have heard about RIPE Atlas already, but let me give a short introduction. So RIPE Atlas is an internet measurement platform that consists out of thousands of vantage points. At the moment, there are more than 12,000 vantage points connected out there, and it's funded by RIPE NCC members and also sponsors. So what is the goal of this project? The goal is to give you access of your internet reachability. So not only being able to see your connectivity within your network or from your network outside, but also from outside, from all these vantage points towards your network. And the probes, they're hosted by volunteers. They're connected around the world, and we use a credit system to make it fair for everyone. So it doesn't matter if you are a small company or a big company, you all have the same access. And the data that we collected from all these probes, we made it publicly available. So at the RIPE NCC, we understand the importance of giving access to not only technical community, but also the non-technical community. That's why we made RIPE Atlas accessible via the graphic user interface. But if you are an engineer, you can also access RIPE Atlas using API or CLI tool. So most people, when they hear RIPE Atlas for the first time, and then maybe you were asked, oh, can you connect this tiny device into your network? The first question that may arise is, what does it do? What does this tiny device do? Is it safe? Is it listening to my traffic? So RIPE Atlas is only measuring the performance, such as the ping. So it measures the latency and the route. So you can run trace route measurement to know where the route is going through. And you can also run a DNS measurement to know if your DNS server is reachable from a period of time, certain time. Another measurement is NTP measurement and also SSL/TLS. And the last but not least, this measurement, we have what we call RIPE Atlas anchors. So you can use these anchors to run HTTP measurement as a target. So this is where the probes are right now connected. We have more than 12,000 probes. So as you can see that there's a lot of probes connected within Europe. So it's important to have a good diversity of where this probe is located. So we have many requests from ASN that has already probes, but we have to, we have to deny those requests because having extra probes where in an ASN where there are already many probes located, it's not really useful for the community. So going back to how do you minimize the impact when incident happen? Let's talk about the coping mechanism when incident happen or before even incident happen and how you can use RIPE Atlas in this. So you can escape. There is a meme that says, if it works, don't touch it. I think the question is, when incident happens, how much it will cost me? How long it will impact me? How will it impact my customer? And then you have what I call the event, like gearing up coping mechanism. This is like when you want to give the best to your customer, you want to make sure that you know your customer. You want to make sure how they are experiencing in connecting to you. And what are your capabilities? What can you do? Do you have a good coping mechanism? And the last is what I call taking action. So you have all this, you're all armed with knowledge, information, tools. What do you do with this? You can show your performance. You can make sure that your performance is doing well. So let me give you an example of a use case that we have with one of the user of Ripe Atlas and how he used this coping mechanism in order to help him in his operational day-to-day job. So let's meet Mbappe. Mbappe works for an online gaming company, and they run their own LAN in several countries, and it's a gaming company, so they have users around the world. And Mbappe faced some problems because the gamers, they're complaining to him like, hey, your latency is high. They're quite impatient, right? Not only they're coming from different countries, they're also coming from different networks. How do you deal with that? So it's a real-time application, so it's quite unpredictable. Let's see what Mbappe did in order to do this. So he gear up. What he did was he wanted to make sure that all this network where the gamers are complaining from, that he has probes there. Remember I told you that Ripe Atlas has already many vantage points. There are like more than 12,000 in this world. So he installed extra probes and strategically. And then what he did was he started running measurement towards these networks. I believe it was his DNS server. So he ran this measurement from all these vantage points where the gamers were complaining about. And then what he did, he create alerts. So whenever something happened, that he will be notified, I don't know, when something taking more than 20 milliseconds, he will be notified. So Mbappe all armed, he did what he needed to do. And then now the action. What does he do with all this information? The measurement result, the probes that, he has already out there. So what does he do with this? With this information, he can identify issues such as latency issues, routing issues swiftly, even before his customer notice in the future. But now, of course, there's already a problem, right? But in the future, when he's all geared up, when he's all armed with his tool and capability, he can do his things fast. He can make sure that he debug all this problem on time and maintain low latency. And then the last but not least, the most important part, he can showcase this situation. He can show his customer how good his network is performing. And this is an example of that specific use case. So this is the first measurement that Mbappe ran. Here he spotted the issues. So he's running measurement from all these probes from different ASN. And the first thing that he spot is the latency is so high, more than 200 milliseconds. You can imagine if you're a gamer and the connection is more than 200 milliseconds, you will go crazy, I think. And then what happened? He identified that. Remember I told you that with Ripe Atlas, you can also see the route, the path it's taking. So he can see where the problem is. Where is the problem? Is it going outside the country? Can he reduce the path? And then with this information, he can talk to his peer, talk to anyone who can reduce and improve the round trip time. And then what happened? After he did all this, the next measurement that he did with the same measurement, and the result is like amazing. It's like 4 milliseconds. So you can imagine from more than 200 milliseconds to 4 milliseconds. So this is approximately what you can do with RapAtlas, how you can utilize this tool. So it was a hooray moment. The performance is improved, the shorter path is selected, and with RapAtlas, you can test as much as you want, as much as you need, without having the headache of, oh, how much is it going to cost me if I use 10 vantage point? Is it going to cost me $10 per vantage point? Is it having a subscription? No, RapAtlas is there to serve you. And Service Desk, they love RapAtlas because they can run their own measurement and then they can validate their findings. So let me prepare you with some statistic of what RapAtlas see in South Africa and Kenya. So this is more or less where the probes are located in Africa. So you can use all of this vantage point to run measurement towards your network. And we have around 86 probes connected in South Africa, thanks to RapAtlas ambassadors. They are helping us in educating others, spreading the words about RapAtlas. And we have 11 anchors. So last year, there was one use case that the user is asking us. The network operator who's asking this to us, they want to know, where is my network seen, and what is what RapAtlas sees in my network? So this is an example of use case. This is a prototype. So it has its limitation. So how do you read this? This is more or less, it's color coded. So the more green, the lower the latency, and every hexagon meaning the number of probes that we have in that location. So here you see the mean RTT of one largest ASN in South Africa. I'm using the largest network based on the eyeball network in several countries. So you can see the difference in what we see through RapAtlas at a certain time of this network. So you can see approximately where this ASN is operating. It's in South Africa. And where do we see this ASN? We see them in Europe with not so good latency. But what do we see in Kenya, for example? This AS in Kenya, you can see that it is indeed operating in Kenya. We don't have that many probes in Kenya, but if you look here, this AS is seen with better latency than the previous picture in Europe. And here's what we see in Mali. We don't have that many probes in Mali. The latency looks much better than the previous one. It's also seen in North America. But what's interesting in this picture is that this AS from Mali is not really seen anywhere here. I don't know why that is, but it's something to find out. So like I said, this is a prototype. If you think you can use this data and you know that you think it will be better if we show other visualization or other data, we have the data out there. It's just we want to hear from you how we can make this prototype more useful to you. So we want to hear your feedback. This is another example. Oh, okay. This example is from the probe host point of view. So this probe is showing what are the latencies from the networks within my neighborhood. So is this if if this ASN are important to this network, then you might want to talk with them and make sure that the latency is low. Yeah, this is another example. So like I said, at the RIPE NCC, we try to make process the data, because there's so much potential out there where we might be able to visualize it and make it useful for your use case. And this is an interesting one. If you're interested whether the path between network stays local, you can have a look at this, what we call country IXP JEDI. So here you can see that in South Africa, we have many probes, and so that it's listed all the ASN here. What's interesting is that all the dark brown cells and all the light brown cells. So the dark brown cells, between the path between these ASNs, there's an IXP found, and that's local IXP found. That's important. But is the path still going outside the country? Yes. Do you want this? Is this something that you know? Or would you prefer that the path remain local? You can see this using RIPE Atlas. The data that we get from this is from Routing Information Service and Peering DB. So I come to the end of my presentation. We made a list of all the ASN where we still want to have probes, so that it can be useful for the local community, because the more diverse where the probes are located, the more it can be useful to your use case. And then let me just quickly recap of what we talked about, why people love RIPE Atlas. We have really good coverage, more than 12,000 probe connected out there, and it's from trusted source. So RIPE NCC is a non-profit organization. The volunteers is just people like you and me. They put it in end user network, in offices or data centers. And RIPE Atlas has been there since 2010. So it's been trusted by the people. It's safe and secure because we run third-party review, security review, and we share the data with we share the results with the community. It's an open data because all the measurement results that we collected, it's made publicly available. It's from the community for the RIPE NCC and for the community. So without your contributions, RIPE Atlas will not work. It will not be there. It's from the community, for the community. And the last but not least, there's no money involved. It's a fair use. So everyone has the same access. Everyone has the same right. Unless if you want to sponsor RIPE Atlas, you can do that. But for everyone, it's just fair use. And I say it's the best internet measurement in the world. So what do you do now? So let's say you need to try RIPE Atlas. So you can create an account, RIPE NCC access account. And then if you want, you can install probes in your network. And then I have here a voucher that you can use. So I mentioned we use the credit system. So if you have credits, you can run your own measurement. And this credit has a value of 500,000 credits. You can start running tests. You can start measuring the performance of your network. And for those of you who have already RIPE Atlas connected or disconnected at home, please make sure to check it from time to time and get it reconnected. And that's the end of my presentation. I think these slides will be available online. So here, there are also other every country in Africa with the list of most wanted ASN where we still want to have probes. So if you have any question, feel free. I'm here until the end of the week. So thank you everyone for bearing with me here.
Thank you very much, Leah. That was most interesting. And I would like to encourage people who are in ASNs that do not already have RIPE Atlas probes to get one or two. It's really very easy. You get the small little device. It's got an Ethernet port for connectivity, a USB port for power. You just, once you have it, you just plug it in and you register it through a website. And that's all you have to do. Unless you want to run your own measurements, then as Leah explained, you can redeem that voucher and get some credits for running your own measurements. But even if you don't run your own measurements, it's still useful just to have it plugged in. Now, I see a question in the online platform. Advocate Nandipa and Saruba is asking, what would be the reason that you have not yet deployed RIPE Atlas probes in most countries in Africa?
Hello. Okay. Thanks for the question. Actually, we don't know. I mean, we have been working with the local ambassadors. We are working with the local communities like ISOC, and also in every well, not in every country. In many countries in Africa, we have what we call local ambassadors, and they're helping us in, you know, distributing probes. But like I said, one of the challenge is convincing people to connect this tiny device to their network. That's what we hear from the community.
Yep.
I hope that.
Okay, thanks, Leah. So I think I understood. You don't deploy it yourself. You make it available for interested people to deploy. I can't see the room. I do see Dr. Queno at the podium. Are there any questions in the room?
No, there isn't. I don't see any.
Okay. So thank you very much. I think that brings us to the end of the technical presentations. They were all very interesting, and I thank our presenters and I thank the audience for their participation. Dr. Queno, I think I turn it over to you now.
Thanks very much. Yeah, maybe this needs to go up. Yeah, I'm back again just to scratch the multi-stakeholder style of discussions a little bit. You know, we need all of us. And in fact, the more diverse and the more inclusive, the better this approach works. Because these days, it's not possible for one organization to have all the expertise. It's just too wide. It's not possible. We need governments, we need civil society, we need the private sector, we need academia, we need the technical community, and there are many others that we need as input before we finally make decisions on any policy or things we want to conclude. We also need many disciplines, which complicates it more. We need, of course, the business type of expertise, financial expertise. We need legal expertise. You know, we are involved with litigations. We need engineers to make sure we get our commitments correct, contracts correct, and so on. We also need a social bit. And so it's like we all come, we have different roles, but at the same time, we want to coordinate. And to make that work requires sometimes that we, you know, listen to each other, and it will challenge our patience, but it should not stop us from expressing ourselves. And so I've been asked to come and get you back energized. AFNOG, we like you to go to the mic as often as you can, to raise questions, to add value to discussion, and always feel that you have also participated. The MS requires active participation. Otherwise, guess what? It will form cliques. And when it forms cliques, the default is even worse than governments, top-down governance, okay? So that is the reason why I've come. We do have a note well, and considering how we want to improve the way we work, from tomorrow we shall share the note well, and in so doing, bring us all closer and closer to, maybe the best way for us to exchange. And that is the reason why I've come. But this is the process we follow. And sometimes it takes long, and sometimes it's also noisy. But always we laugh, we are happy, and everything works well. So that is the reason why I've come. And now I give it back to the MC. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. The next move is to go to the other side and then get something for ourselves. So we have a 1 hour break for our lunch. Let's come back at 2:20. Thank you very much. Madam Scott will lead the dignitaries to the restaurant first, then later we'll follow. Don't forget, this evening there will be an opening dinner. Invitation card will be given to participants. Thank you. Presented by Mr. Alain Aina. Lighting technical presentations. Thank you. Over to you.
Hello, okay. Yes, thank you, Marcus. And my name is Alain Ayuna. I'll be moderating this lightning presentation sections on behalf of Noah Maina, who couldn't make it. He was supposed to moderate the sections online. So, and for people who don't really know the difference, this morning we had what we call the main technical sections. Okay, when the speakers address some issues, then we allow interactions with the audience. Then we move to what we call lightning presentation, just 15 minutes, okay, are given to presenter to address the community, okay, on very specific issues. Usually we don't take questions because it's just 15 minutes, but if we manage to spare some time, we may. So people should see the difference between the main technical presentations and lightning. And then when we run a call for presentations, it's important for people to know that if you are going from the main sections, okay, it's different from if you are submitting something for the lightning presentation. So for these lightning presentation sections, for today we have 4 presentations. Role of community network in building digital super highway in Africa. And I hope I am Alphonse in the room. Alphonse? Let me check if Alphonse is online. See. Okay, so maybe when we are trying to, so I don't know if I can, Kevin, are you in the room? Can you go? Okay, so, okay, we will switch the order when we look for Alphonse. Kevin will talk about the Global Internet Resilience Index. Kevin's work for Internet Society. Then I'll give you the floor. So Kevin, can you put the resilience, okay, the index slide up, so yes. So Kevin, as I said, is lightning presentations, 15 minutes, and that is so, but then people can catch up with you for question and comment. But if you spare some time, then we can go. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Chege. I work for Internet Society. Those of you not familiar with ISOC, it's a global organization that works to promote the internet, and we have an open day on Friday where you can learn more about ISOC. So today I'm going to cover a project we've done at the Internet Society along with AFNOG to measure internet resilience in Africa. I'll go a bit fast, but I'm around the whole week in case you'll have any questions. So we started talking to AFNOG 2018, 2019, around that time, and wanted to collaborate to measure internet resilience in Africa. We felt there was a lot of data available on, uplink speeds, downlink speeds, round trip times, and so on, all these other metrics you can understand about the internet. But we really wanted to understand, what does it mean for a country when one link goes down? Can a country survive an internet outage? Does it have redundancy to that internet? So I wanted to find out what's available, what's on the ground, what's the real internet experience in Africa. So we partnered with AFNOG in a project we call MIRA, M-I-R-A. It stands for Measuring Internet Resilience in Africa. We had 2 main goals. We wanted to aggregate data that was available on the internet. And the second goal was to present this data in a very easy to understand manner. So whether you are a regular network user, or you're a regulator, or you're a researcher and you want to find out what's the real internet experience, That's what we wanted to achieve with the Internet Resilience project. We call it MIRA, M-I-R-A in short. So when we started, we wanted to agree on a definition. When you say resilient internet connection, what exactly do you mean? And we came up with this sentence: a resilient internet connection is one that maintains an acceptable level of service in the face of faults and challenges to normal operation. So in this hotel, for example, let's say they have an internet connection that's active. How resilient is it? Is if their main link goes down, do they have a backup link? Is there another way to maintain connectivity to the hotel? Then we came up with what we call the Internet Resilience Index, or IRI. It is a rounded score that you can use as an indicator to understand just how good the resiliency of that country's connectivity is. We divided when we started, we had very many metrics. There are many ways you can use to determine how good or how bad your internet connection is. So we had to sort of shortlist the best, which we thought were critical to determining how good the internet connection was. And then we sorted them into 4 main pillars. The first pillar is infrastructure. Second pillar is performance. The third pillar is enabling technologies, and then the final pillar is local market system, local market readiness, which deals with how competitive is the market space in the country. If you're an internet user, do you have the choice to go to more than one ISP? So a country that has a more competitive ISP space, that country has a better internet resilience connection than a country that only has one ISP in the market. We did this work with, as I mentioned, ISOC and AFNOG. We are collaborating, but we got a lot of help at the beginning to help us with the methodology, how we're going to do the thinking around the research. We got a lot of input from University of Cape Town, Simula, and also Carnegie Mellon University. We did a white paper on the Internet Resilience Project. When you go to the Pulse website, which I'll share the links shortly, you can see how we approach this work and our thinking behind it. So as I mentioned, you have very many metrics you can use. In fact, I think our initial list, we had more than 35 metrics, which we had to narrow down so that we can have a very easy way to do this, at least at the beginning. But we decided to make it very modular. So by modular, I mean, under the 4 pillars that I've mentioned there of performance, infrastructure, market readiness, and enabling technologies, if a new metric comes in, we can add it into one of those 4 key pillars. So we did start with those that you see there, but it is possible to add or shift. These were the ones which we started with because we felt the data was available and we could quickly get going and start measuring internet resilience in Africa. So we're using a lot of open data. I've mentioned some of the sources we have there. We're using data from UCLA, from PeeringDB, from ITU, and so on. So the way it works is we aggregate all that data. Under the 4 pillars, each pillar has a 25% score. And then based on the score received for each of the metrics we have under each of the key pillars, we're able to derive a rounded index for the performance of a country. So at the beginning, we had a lot of raw data. We had a lot of spreadsheets and files and so on, but we wanted to visualize it. As I mentioned, one of our main, one of the 2 key objectives we had was 1, carry out sustained measurements, but 2, present it in a very easy to understand manner. So on the ISOC platform, or one of the resources we have is what we call Pulse, that is pulse.internetsociety.org. We have a visualization for the internet resilience metrics there. You can go to pulse.internetsociety.org and you'll start seeing graphs like this, which I'm going to explain. So you can view data you can see the internet resilience score for a specific country like South Africa. You can see the internet resilience score for a sub-region, so like Southern Africa, so South Africa together with the neighboring countries. And you can do the same for other sub-regions in Africa. So the top 10 countries, I won't list all of them, but based on the measurements we have right now, based on the internet resilience scores and the 4 pillars that I've mentioned, the top country is Mauritius, followed by South Africa. Those are the top 10. I won't read all of them there. But in the slides, you'll see the list of the top 10 countries and how they score under the 4 key pillars that I've mentioned. So and then the index is an average score of the 4 key pillars that you're seeing there. So just looking at South Africa, since we're in South Africa, I've shown there a chart of the 4 key pillars and the sub-metrics under each of those 4 key pillars. And then you'll see, I've increased the font a bit there for the size of the, under each pillar, what South Africa has scored. And you can see South Africa has a rounded score of 53.4% on the Internet Resilience Index. So comparing, I just thought I'd compare 2 countries because you can't compare 2 countries. So South Africa came in second, Mauritius came in first. The red box there, I apologize if it's not too big, but in the slides, it'll be clear. It shows that one of the main reasons Mauritius had a higher score in average over South Africa is because one of the metrics we consider is the fiber reach within 10 kilometers. So how is it possible to get fiber within 10 kilometers in the country? So of course, Mauritius is a smaller country, South Africa is a much bigger country. Mauritius scores much better in that particular metric. However, the other metrics to consider as well, this is just to explain to you the comparison that you can do there. And the data source for the percentage of population within 10 kilometer, which we call their fiber 10 kilometer reach, is from ITU. So all of this is open data. We're just aggregating it and then coming up with a score. This is another viewpoint you can have for the exact same data for South Africa and Mauritius. You can compare any country as I mentioned. So if you prefer this sort of spider graph, you can also get that visualization. We are working to introduce more ways to view this data on the PASS platform as well. This is not there right now, but hopefully in the near future, it's going to be there. So we worked on Africa for the 2 years or so, so to 2020, 2021, and 2022, so about 3 years. And we got a lot of requests from outside Africa as well. They said, you know, we like the data, we like how you've presented it, we're interested in the metrics. How can this be, you know, made global? So the index now is global. If you go to pulse.internetsociety.org, you can see what we call the Global Internet Resilience Index. So now you can compare your country to any other country in the world. We don't have data for all the countries, but we have 476 countries, which is a big number. For the countries which we don't have enough data yet, we are not presenting it, but as more data becomes available, we will be providing that as well. So top 10, if you look at the top 10 countries globally based on the index that we have, that's the top list there, led by Iceland. I won't read out all the other countries, but this would be in the slides, and you can also go to the Pulse dashboard and see that as well. So we also thought of real-time measurements. So we were pretty confident with the index, how we've done it based with sort of old, not old data, but rather data that's been made open by other organizations. But we're also interested in real-time measurements. Would it be possible to carry out a real-time measurement for, you know, South Africa and Mauritius or Kenya and so on, and use that to determine just how good the connectivity in a country is? So we came up with a prototype measurement infrastructure, which we called MIRA pods, M-I-R-A pods. This was to test a fleet of devices that you can use to measure your own internet connectivity. So we based this on Raspberry Pi 4s. So we distributed Raspberry Pi 4s in about 10 countries. And we had, I think, about 20 devices in total. So these devices were carrying out throughput speeds, uplink, downlink, and a couple of round-trip time tests, and then we would aggregate that data and then present it. And we're using that as a prototype to see, can you manage your own real-time measurements and base it on some sort of IoT approach, because that's exactly what these small form factor computers are. So that's our, we have all of this in the white paper, which explains our pipeline and so on. But we were able to deploy in a number of countries in Africa. We thank all our partners who helped us. I've seen a few of them in the room. If you're hosting one of our devices, we're able to graph the data. So in terms of the prototype, we are happy with this. We think it's a success because we're able to deploy them and manage them. So I'll start closing with the lessons learned so far with the internet resilience measurements, because we're now about 4.5 years into this work so far. So partners help a lot. We couldn't have done all this work without the help from the partners we had. I've mentioned AFNOG, similar. We also had a lot of help from MLab as well with the measurements. And also we got a bit of input from RIPE because we wanted to run software RIPE Atlas probes on our devices. So with that, we're able to get a lot of progress going. So we thank all of our partners on that. Metrics also vary per region. So when we started with Africa. And when we started expanding this to other regions, we got requests. I'm in a country where there are a lot of natural disasters that also affects the internet connectivity. Do you have a metric that can include that? So that sort of opened our eyes to the reality we have for us is very different as you move across the globe, because there are other factors that affect how stable the internet connection is going to be. As I mentioned, our prototype, we're pretty happy with it. You can do it. We got a lot of input on that. We're trying to refine it as well. And we also learned that the audience for this data is very wide. We've been approached by regulatory bodies, normal internet users, telcos. They want to use this data to make an informed decision. So the best way to use the Internet Resilience Index is to use it to make an informed decision so that you can know in this country, what can be done to improve the internet? We always want to improve the internet, but you cannot improve what you don't measure. So you have to measure, and that's where the index comes in. And you can use that to make an informed decision where you can strategically say, we know we are scoring poorly in this metric. We need to find a way to improve it. Why is it that this country has a better connectivity than that country? Maybe they have a better policy that encourages more ISPs to compete, because where there are more ISPs, it means the user has more choice and also a more affordable experience when it comes to connectivity. So to use the index, use it to make an informed decision to improve your internet experience. So I'll close here with a couple of future plans. We'd like to build an interactive dashboard. When you go to the Pulse dashboard there, pulse.internetsite.org, it is a bit static. We'd like to make it dynamic where you can turn off a few things, turn on a few things. Maybe just interested in market readiness as a pillar, maybe just interested in infrastructure. So we are working on having that as a feature. Working with working on policy-related framework documents. So with the ATU, they approached us and we have an MOU with them. We are working on a policy-related framework documents. In fact, I'd like to thank the chair of this session here, Elaine. Elaine is helping us with those framework documents. So very soon, we hope there can be documents that can guide regulators on the key metrics or the key issues that counter or contribute to a resilient internet connection in a country. Our prototype network, if you're interested in that type of real-time measurements, do reach out to me. We're interested in expanding that. We did get a lot of feedback. I think we are very confident. We are working on a toolkit that explains exactly how you can manage your network if you want to carry out your measurements. Maybe you want to measure connectivity in your university or in your city. It is possible to do it, and we are working on a toolkit that explains all the steps and all the factors you need to consider to build your own private measurement network. And we're always refining the data you'll see on the Pulse dashboard. We'll welcome any input. And yeah, we're hoping to make more improvements as we move along. So I'd like to stop here. On this page are all the resources which you can use to join if you're interested in following the work we're doing on Pulse. Pulse, I've just mentioned one focus area we have, which is internet resilience. There are more focus areas that you can go and see there. I encourage you all to have a look at the webpage, and you can follow, get Pulse updates. We have a Twitter page, and you can get, we have active blogs as well, which we encourage you to follow and get from our newsletter. So thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kevin. But as I said, we may not, okay, unless there is, but I see no one willing to engage. Maybe they are afraid. So I should ask them, I should then ask question. How many people have heard about the index before this presentation? So think now you had enough information, and I hope you will probably engage, because I think these things is very important when we're talking about resilience of the internet in Africa. Even though internet itself is a very complex matter, but we still do. So thank you, Kevin, and
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. So our next topic is going to be it's a bit related. Cybersecurity as an internet governance challenge. Okay, I see. Do we have Tato Moing in the room? Ah, okay. Cybersecurity as an internet governance challenge. So that I'm sure is going to probably remind us that cybersecurity is not only technical issues, right? So the floor is yours. I hope did I spell the name very well? Tato Moing? Okay, Tato Moing, you had the floor. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know normally it's not easy to listen after eating. But anyway, thank you so much. A lot has been said about the internet. And as I sit and I listen and I hear everyone speak, there's just so much about internet. But in all the conversation, there is very little that's coming out about security. You know, I can see there are multi-layer. You know, I thought I knew quite a bit about internet. I know it's a complex issue. In fact, internet, as we know it, is more exacerbated by issues of dark webs and having virtual environments. Now we have VPNs, you know, and all sorts of things. And all those are instruments used in the cyber security or cyber crime. Now, I will not dwell too much about my credentials, etc. I'll go straight to the point. One of the things that I want to highlight is that in Africa, I know that we are still trying to improve accessibility to the internet, connectivity, building infrastructure. Maybe some countries, that's not our struggles. You know, there are a lot of disparities for obvious reasons why some people will be ahead than others, you know, economic issues, infrastructure, etc., dependencies. But what we learned from the advanced countries is that when the early adopters of the internet, they realized very quickly that internet security is very crucial. It's very important. We have seen a lot of instances, you know, at early stages. And some of you would have read about Androids. And up to today, you know, we have all kinds of scammers on the internet. And the question is, with this internet, you know, in its size, magnitudes, complexities, how do we build, how do we bridge? There's a demand for internet, yes, and there is a demand at all levels. You know, you're talking about a school, you're talking about NGOs, you're talking about multinational companies, you talk about everyone who wants to be on the internet. There's demand everywhere. But at the same time, you do have these predators who are out there and who are always ready, you know, to attack, to take advantage. So how do we work together? I see we are from different backgrounds. We are different stakeholders. How do we build this internet security? How do we factor in security in a coordinated manner, in a manner that all of us can keep track of where are we? In as much as we are discussing the internet, we are trying to build the internet. I think as I listen to this forum, it's more about taking stock. Where are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? But at the same time, you can't do that without security. So South Africa and Africa in its broader sense, we are not immune to cyber crimes. You know, everybody is affected. There's all sorts of reports that we often hear. For example, if you look at the landscape of cyber crimes in these days, all these tools are for free. Hacking is not difficult, or to commit a cyber crime is not difficult. It's very easy. The tools are for free. There are free tutorials that you can engage on, and within 3 months, 6 months, committed, dedicated, you can hack an environment. And to hack in any event is basically gaining unauthorized access to one's computer device. So there is no method, there is no one way. So I listened to all the things that we've been discussing. Pulse, for an example, I could use Pulse like they were presenting as a resource. You know, if I want to attack environments where they have high speed, I want to work in an environment that has internet speed that is fast, I can use this tool to check your speed. We talk about IP addresses, DNS, for example, whether they're secure and all that. Those are resources. And me just being here, in fact, I'm more enlightened. I'm getting more insights on how actually one can attack at various levels. So I'm saying, if we have this type of levels and information and structures, how do we factor in security? How do we build in security? We continue to see a lot of attacks. These are just a sample. There's a whole lot of range of attacks out there. But for an example, the business email compromise is one popular thing. As you can see, some of the countries, and I think it supports what Pulse was saying here, some of the countries like South Africa, Mauritius is also there. If you have high connectivity, if you have high internet usage, you are going to be a nice candidate for attackers, you know, and that's what it is. And a lot of businesses in South Africa, they suffer. I know even banks, I mean, if you look at a bank institution, they have all kinds of security arrangements in place from the people they hire, you know, the skills, the tools, the budgets, but they continue to be hacked. And unfortunately, they don't release this information. And if you were to realize how much banks are vulnerable, you know, you will not feel comfortable keeping your money in a bank. But unfortunately, it is what it is. Digital extortion also in Africa. These are just some of the trends that we are seeing. But remember, this is at a corporate level, but also at an individual level. You know, you are a professional, you could be hacked. You know, you could lose money, your information could be out there. There's so many things that can happen. So these are just ransomware. We have seen entities being hacked, the information held ransom, and then they are required to pay a ransom in the form of Bitcoins. So all these things, they are happening today as we speak. We are not talking about the future. We are talking about what is happening now. And all these things are happening on the internet or through the internet. And the question is, what do we do? How do we survive this? Yes. Some of the industries there, these are just, you can go through the slides. I know we are time constraints. I could spend a lot of time unpacking this, but there it was just to show you that we do have a problem. And by far, the traditional approach is not working. You know, buying an antivirus here, having the longest password, complexity, passwords, and all those things, they are not working. The reality is sometimes when we buy equipment, they come hacked. You know, most of us, we buy mobile devices. You don't know where this thing is manufactured, what malware or stealed information, software has been, or hardware that has been built into this device, you know, and you are a government entity or you are a business, you are buying this device hoping that it's out of the box, it's safe. But in reality, it's not. That's why you see some countries, for an example, they ban software products. So for an example, you remember in America, they banned Kaspersky because it is manufactured where in Russia, it's from a Russian company, and they felt that they are stealing information, selling it. And TikTok, same story. There's a China and America story there. And the question is, we're seeing more and more of these trends. You know, there's another company also, they manufacture hardware. They were also, I don't want to mention their name, but also they were accused of all kinds of things. So hacking, it's not only about a bad guy, but also you do have corporates that are going to give us devices. And how do we know that these devices? So by just having all this traditional approach is not going to work. And the question is, all of us here in the room, how do we work towards a common framework, common solution beyond, and I'm talking in an African context, that here's Africa. How do we solve this problem without importing solutions that are from outside? You know, why can't we produce our own antivirus in Africa? If we were to take few guys from Ghana, Nigeria, Mali, South Africa, we mix, and these are developers, and we produce our own thing. It's an open source thing. We have one portal, we publish it. Anybody can download this and use it. We're talking about digital certificates. We're talking about VPNs. There are so many other products that we could develop ourselves without empowering and enriching countries. And we don't know, we're using their products. We don't know if these products are safe. You believe what the salesperson is telling you. You believe what their review is all about, and the charts they give you that, look, this is what our tool and our product is able to do. But in reality, those things don't work. You know, it's like home security. Home security in South Africa, for an example, you have a lot of homes that have ADT, these security companies, but many they are burgled. Why? If these guys are so effective, they are so secure, why do we have so many homes broken into, home invasions? So I'm saying to you, whatever that is commercialized, it does not guarantee results always. So you need to find different ways to solve these problems. And I'm thinking here, my presentation really is just about to help us think here. What can we do to contribute to what? So we could have, for an example, the shared responsibility, rapid technology advantage. So there's a need for us to work together, cross-border. And if we're going to talk also about the issue of cross-border, I know I love Pan-Africanism, but unfortunately, Africa is not homogeneous. So you may find that what is a cyber crime issue here in another country is not, it's not an issue. You may find that privacy is an issue somewhere it's not an issue. So also, how then extraditions? If I'm here in South Africa and I attack somebody in Congo and I defraud this person, what arrangements do we have as countries just beyond the normal ones? You know, we need to have cyber arrangements where we can extradite somebody quickly, you know, for cyber crime. Can we not have such arrangements? Because technology has no border. Internet has no border. Cybercrime has no borders. So if we operate in that space, how do we create an environment? So these are just some of the things, and I appreciate all these structures that are here. This is the right platform. Let us think about these sort of things. And I'm thinking that in future or next year, if we meet again, we need to take stock and say, what is the action plan? Before we start talking about many other things I hear, 4IR, artificial intelligence, those things, they are good, but we need to start somewhere small, pragmatic, you know, start building our own solutions, building our own tools, you know, basic things. And I know we have government representative now and then, and maybe in another forum, there will be even a broader government representative. Then we can talk policy on issues of extradition. Can we agree on the common rules when it comes to cybersecurity and policing, how when we arrest people, all those things, how do we have cooperation when it comes to those activities? So to protect Africa and to safeguard Africa, there was one NGO, you know, they have, I think, about 5,000 kids in their network, children in their network, and they use basic computers. And if you look at what the type of information they have in those computers, it's information about these children, their history, where they come from, their parents, where they go to school. So child trafficking is real, it's rife. It will take somebody to simply gain access to that information and sell it. Tell me, what child do you want? I have a database. And you send somebody who will go and snatch and sell. So how do we, NGOs, we know since COVID, it's tough. They can't even afford to buy basic necessities, let alone then security. Yet we want to connect them. And how many NGOs do we have in Africa who are like that? Who are supported by UNICEF and all these other big funders. And they find themselves in this sort of predicament. And how many children end up in other shores, in other countries? Because somebody has access to this information and they're just picking. So these are things that we need to think about when we are going to discuss internet governance, access to internet governance, and let's come up with solutions and work towards a solution. So of course, there are benefits when we work together. in this forum and many other forums. And I do have a lot of solutions. I did not want to take the podium today to talk about myself, but I thought, let me just speak about this issue. But I believe outside this forum, there are many solutions. We can start somewhere. And if we work together, all of us in this room here, I believe we can achieve so much. So I think that is the gist of what I wanted to say without really and all these things that I've been saying, you can go to some of this material, the National Cybersecurity Strategy. They do have some of the information that I've been outlining, and some of the strategies, some countries that are trying to make inroads, but we are working in silos. That's the problem. You know, and we then put one country in a palace state that the first country will be this one, the second country, the third country. It should not be like that. It should be Africa. This is where we are. All of us, we are working. We have a multi-states group. It's a cybersecurity arrangement. If that group progress, all countries represented in Africa progress, we will not have these diagrams or charts where we rate who's doing what, who's not doing what. You know, we all know that we live in a continent where we have different challenges. Some things are important to others, and some are not so important. So we are not at the same level, but if we work together, we contribute, there will be a solution that is accessible to anybody who wants to use it. And that's the direction that we must take. And that's what we are, I'm hoping for. So all these issues, when it comes to coordination, resource allocation, international cooperation, they will be addressed if we work together, if we pull together. And in closing, what do we need? What am I actually proposing? Because I say there's a problem, and I say, yes, what we are promoting is good, but unfortunately, it comes with huge responsibility. Internet comes with a huge responsibility. I often say, anybody who has internet and you don't have any form of security, you are like somebody who's driving a car. The car does not have brakes. There's no airbags. There's lights are not working. Indicator lights are not working. Nothing is working, but this car is moving. You are like that person. You can only imagine what would happen. So it's exactly that. So we do have skills, I want to believe, in Africa. So why can't we mobilize those skills? You know, programmers, I often hear people, coders. Where are these coders? People run programs, people get funding. Where are the coders? Why can't they produce a basic antivirus if we are coding? I mean, if China is doing it, Russia and many countries are doing it, why can we not do it? And tools, there are many other tools. Open source, you don't have to own any of these things. I mean, there's a lot of templates. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to take what's available, adapt it to our environment, talk to Africa, and we utilize it for ourselves. And it's accessible. There should be a portal I can go to. I don't have to go to this brand or that brand or that brand to download an antivirus. I'm just making an example. There should be a website where I can go to, I just download this thing, I install it, it's for free. And of course, if I run a business and I want credibility, if I'm accountable to the board of directors and I want to explain where am I in terms of security, I'll tell them we have this company, they have so many years in the business and it's a different ball game. We are targeting a different audience. So we can collaborate, all of us, we can work together and it is possible. So I'm hoping that next year or when we meet again, we can have a different conversation that after this, you know, let's not have talk shop, but after this, we have identified the following individuals. We have this working group, and this is what they have produced, and this is what, and that's the direction. If we start doing things that way, we will go far. Otherwise, we are going to have a huge, serious disaster in Africa as soon as the internet is everywhere, the way we want it. We were going to have a generational problem that cannot be reversed ever. Already you look at the young children who are addicted to the mobile devices with no filters, nothing. It will take just a few misspelling and this child is somewhere. And a lot of this YouTube and all that, they already know, they can tell when a child is watching and they can tell when an adult is watching, they can tell when a male figure or female figure is watching their products. I mean, their programs. And they feed the kind of information that they want to. So what can we do to resolve this problem? So in conclusion, what I'm proposing is that there is a problem. What we are doing is good, but we must be mindful there is a problem. How do we fix this problem? All of us in this room here, we have, and this thing does not require a lot of money. It's not money. Let's not talk budgets, big budgets here. But it's a will. It's about coordinating. It's about organizing ourselves and saying the security aspect from an African context, how do we fix it? Thank you so much, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Adelaide Ramato has raised a hand, so I'll take that questions. And there is a question in the chat, okay, related to the Malabos conventions, but as I said, maybe you may say a few things, but I don't want us to have a discussion on the Malabo conventions on how bad we are in Africa, etc. on this, because I think you agree that it's doable, right? Is it doable or is hopeless?
No, I'm saying it's doable.
It's doable. Okay, Adelaide, I will allow you to speak. Can you hear us? Unmute yourself and then ask your question. Oh, okay. So she's okay, she's not coming in. So is there any question, comment in the room? So okay, so maybe I'll proceed for them, because you know our colleagues Africans after lunch they don't work hard. But after the coffee, if you come after the coffee, they'll fight you. But now we are in a digestion mode, and so when you mentioned the MS initiative, you listed some of the things, but I didn't see the Africa set. Africa set. I saw some, or maybe you included Africa set inside the AF star. Okay, now, and then the other thing is, I think it may be good that some of the statistics you show at the beginning, you tell us the source, because you know these things sometimes if I take the data from this side compared to the other side, they don't give us the same thing. So maybe the source will be great. So this is what I have. So any final comment, remarks from you? So
yeah, no, all I'm saying is you're correct. I'm not bashing Africa. I'm not saying we are useless. We can't do anything. I'm saying we are capable. Let's start thinking of doing our own, formulating our own solutions, you know, in our own space. We want to have a better Africa. It starts now, you know, and if we want to have this united Africa, it starts somewhere. I think technology can bridge a lot of things quicker. You know, if we work together and we come up with solutions, we all have different strengths. You know, it can't be Kenya, it can't be South Africa only, and Mauritius, and one of you. I don't believe in that. I believe that everybody in a classroom is bright. You know, I don't believe in bright sparks in the classroom. So I believe everybody. So as a continent, I see it is a big class. All of us are intelligent. So let's think deep in our hearts, in our minds, in our backgrounds, in our experiences, in our pockets. And yeah, let's make a difference. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful point. Yes, so when you were speaking, I can see some people's faces, but it looked like people were working on the devices, but they felt like, oh, we are not secure. These things are not secure. Am I being hacked? Maybe. You know, in the early days when we come to AFNOG, we try to snip a bit the network and we show what we see. So maybe for the coming years, we will start doing it again. Sometimes we get the password, we show some sensitive data, and people can really can see what this is about. So our next speaker is going to be Fiona Asonga. We're going to talk about internet peering and ISP. So I will just allow her 1 or 2 minutes to introduce herself. So I think she's CEO of TechSpark, but I'm sure she also had other hats. So Fiona, welcome, and you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Hey guys, wake up. No, I don't like talking to people who are not responding to me. Otherwise, we go and look for a marula somewhere and sit and enjoy ourselves. My name is Fiona Songa. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Technology Service Providers Association of Kenya that runs the Kenya Internet Exchange Point, the Industry Computer Security Response Team, where we give early warning systems for cyber threats, and does a lot of advocacy work in Kenya, in East Africa, through the East African community. And we are advocates of making sure that our region can grow and we can be able to see the internet penetrate into every country. No one is getting left behind. So my discussion is about internet exchange points. And I think this is very important because we still have countries on this continent that do not have internet exchange points. And as long as we are in that position, it means there's work that needs to be done, there's things that needs to be done, reaching out to the network operator groups within those countries, working with the regulator and the government so that we make sure that they can have exchange points and local exchange points, local run, owned internet exchange points. And I'll tell you why. So I've gone through that already. Sorry if I'm a bit faster. KXP was established first in 2000. Then our government shut us down. For 2 years, we battled in court until we were given a license in 2002 to be able to operate the internet exchange point, with the main goals being to increase the level of local traffic and to keep the traffic local, to improve the local internet connectivity and efficiencies of the system, to reduce the local internet costs, to promote local content development, to encourage e-business growth and e-commerce, and to facilitate growth and development of the network and research educational networks. Why do we have exchange points? Because of different interconnection models. And the one that I'm going to share on the common ones. There are two common interconnection models, but the exchange point is one area where this interconnection happens. And the two models is the transit, where service providers pay upstream providers to be able to access other parts of the internet that they have no direct access to. Then we've got the peering, which is what happens in an internet exchange point, where service providers have bilateral agreements to exchange traffic across each other at no costs. And this is normally done at a central location. So we do what is called either multilateral peering, where a network pairs with all the networks at the exchange, or bilateral, where a network can choose to pair with certain networks because of the content that those networks are either bringing or based on their customers, what their customers are sending out. The transit model is one that we need to be able to find ways of reducing so that we can be able to address some of these challenges that it brings us. Because of the transit model, we find that the costs of internet in Africa are still staying up. Links did a presentation in the morning, and they said that sometimes they're still tromboning traffic to London or to Marseille and then back. Why can't we have that traffic for Africa remain in Africa? Then there are huge amounts that are paid to international carriers. Those are the guys who make money when you're doing transit. It doesn't stay here. You're paying the foreign companies, they take the money, they'll go and build Europe, they'll build Asia. They will not build Africa. So we end up having capital flight. The high cost of internet become inevitable because if I have to send an email to Alain and it has to go to London, then come back to him, because between me and him in Ghana, in West Africa, we are not having places to pair our traffic, we are the losers. We are putting ourselves as a continent in situations where we become the losers. And yet we should be able to be our own champions. And therefore the dependence on international connections for regional and local communications needs to be reduced, because when you over-depend on those international connections, when there is a problem happening, like the recent undersea landslide, it affected the submarine cables on the western coast. Everybody who was not at an exchange point was out.
There's nothing you could send. There was no communication. But those who are at internet exchange points, either in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, in Nigeria, they were able to continue communicating largely on the local front. What is the impact of the peering? The peering brings traffic, more traffic into the shared infrastructure of the exchange point. It enables all sizes of networks to connect at the exchange and to exchange the content with ease, because you don't have to do the bilateral contracts to be able to connect the interconnection that normally happens on the transit level. So you benefit from low transit costs because now there is no transit. You only pay transit where you really, really have to. You improve on the end user experience, especially for entities that have critical and critical content, like say for transaction e-commerce, you want to be paying for something and it's instantaneous almost. If you're at an exchange point, it's very fast and it's very efficient. A case in point is when we brought the Kenya Revenue Authority to KXP. They got so used to the speeds that the one time we had to move our gear from where we were at Bruce House into a data center and there was a lag, they said, no, it's not working. Because they are used to high speed. So anything that is above 50 milliseconds for them, the systems is down. And the guys at the cargo clearing say, system is down, they go slow. So we realized we had to maintain the high speeds because of what the customer was used to ensure that the customer has an enjoyable experience. Then there's better control for you as an ISP, as a service provider, over your routing strategy and how you want to do and how you want to route your traffic across the world. You have better usage best billing, as more money is saved when you do peering as opposed to using transit. So your transit links are emptied while your peering links go up, and most exchange points will charge the same amount to everybody for each port size because you are coming in to share that infrastructure. So what you contribute for that infrastructure is what maintains it. As an exchange point operator, unless I bill per port, I'm not going to have money to buy switches. I can't afford them, because we run on most of us run on a non-profit member-based approach. Then you find that you're able to actually sell more transit to your customers. So you're making more money and saving and using peering to be able to make it affordable for you. So the value of the local, the extent of the local system is that it helps to develop the peering interconnection model. It plays as a facilitating role of interconnecting on the shared infrastructure across the different networks. And today in Africa, despite everything else, my opening remarks, we only have 52 active IXPs that are in 47 cities and in 36 countries. So we still have a lot of countries that we need to work with to make sure that they can have local internet exchange points so that we can be able to achieve the goals of keeping local traffic local. So how can we do this? One of the things is increasing awareness on ICTs and the benefits of this whole peering, having capacity building sessions, working with regulators on the kind of licensing regimes and structures that they put in place so that it is open and easy for exchange points to be set up. Governments adopting e-government services. I know that there's been a lot of discussion in different forums like Smart Africa on like digital economy blueprints. And as governments move in that direction, there's going to be need for internet exchange points within each of those countries. Having a very vibrant private sector investors and government working together to improve on the ecosystem also helps to improve, make it possible for exchange points to be developed, to be run, and to be managed as shared infrastructure. Then having strategic partnerships established with similar entities within the region and across the world. In conclusion, I would like to encourage us to work on building exchange points where there are none, getting the local communities together so that the local communities work together to build the exchange point. As an African exchange point, KXP is willing to handhold new exchange points as they set up, and when they need guidance in terms of how to operate and run an exchange point. We've been open, and we do get African countries coming to Kenya to visit us to see what to do and to even ask about how they can develop their strategy for the exchange point. So we are willing to handhold and to work with locals to build local internet exchange points. We are hoping that we'll be able to aim more, educating the ISPs to aim more at peering as opposed to transit, and encourage governments to recognize ICT as a basic utility across the region so that then they're able to support us to keep the local traffic in Africa. They need to help us to have transit across our borders. We know that we did not divide our countries. Somebody visited us and decided Kenya will be like this, South Africa will be until here, Botswana will be. So these characters, when they did that, they put in between as no man's land. And sometimes crossing that no man's land is a challenge. But if we come together as exchange point operators, it is actually possible for us to work with our governments to see how we can get cross-border connectivity from end to end and be able to keep our traffic on the continent by being able to make sure communication from East Africa, Nairobi, Kenya exchange point, going to the Nigeria exchange point in Lagos is able to flow through this infrastructure that we have built with our governments across our borders. We have to find ways of keeping that traffic within. Otherwise, we'll always end up looking like we are disorganized and we're tromboning all the time, but it's because of the cross-border challenges. Let us reach out to government regulators to help us work through that and foster regulatory collaboration amongst the different regulators so that we are able to achieve the goal of keeping local traffic local, because I believe everybody is looking at Africa since we are the next frontier. We should not let ourselves down. We should get ourselves, pick up ourselves, get together and make sure this we do. Hands held, Ubuntu, holding each other's hand, walking together and not leaving any one person behind. And that brings me to the end of my lightning talk. I got all my input from those different resources. And I think that's what a lightning talk should be. Thank you. Brief to the point.
Yeah, thank you.
You're awake.
Yeah, but stay. So, any question, comment? Because I think Fiona deserve at least one or two, especially coming from women. So, yeah. But when we're waiting for people, are you getting the interpretations French and Arabic? Because I want to make sure that people are getting the message in their native language. Are you able to hear French and Arabic? So, French, but not the Arabic. Okay. Any question for Fiona? Okay, there is a question for. Mike.
Okay, yes, thank you for the lightning talk. I had a question when you were talking about 54 exchange points in certain countries and so on. Is there a goal or a target that you have in this roadmap to getting exchange points in each country? And then how long from your experience has it taken to set up an exchange point? Because they're fantastic goals. What's by this time next year or in 3 years or 5 years, what are you expecting or hoping for? Thank you.
That's a very nice question. And part of it is we've got the partners here who have all the statistics. For me, I was just doing an advocacy campaign for exchange points. Our goal is to make sure every African country has got an internet exchange point. Why? Because within that country, the traffic for that country remains in that country. We have a lot of African content in our mother tongues, our cultural content that as broadcasters have moved digital. Where is that content going? Who is hosting it? Why isn't it on our internet infrastructure locally? Why is it being hosted some cloud somewhere we don't know, that we have to trombone and get back? So when you think about it, if we are able to have content for South Africans, for example, available in South Africa, serving South Africans in their mother tongue, things that other generations want to know, like think about menus of how traditional food is prepared. Today, there are girls who really don't know how to prepare it because we've gone through different learning systems and nobody has time to teach us. So how do we learn about the different menus? We have to go online and get it somewhere. So the goal is to make sure that this content is available locally And if each country can have its exchange point where all this content is available, then we're adding value to the local community, and we are maintaining our cultural heritage and protecting it at the same time and ensuring there's continuity for future generations. And then in terms of goals, the Internet Society had started a project way back in 2009, where they were working with different countries to set up internet exchange points. They were able to do so far, but it takes time. And that time, a lot of it is because the regulators, the service providers must agree. That is where the time really gets taken in terms of agreeing to have an exchange point. And the Internet Society has done a lot of groundwork. I think during their day, they'll be able to explain what they've done and how far they've gone, but they've done a lot of groundwork in terms of trying to get communities and governments and regulators to understand the value of exchange points. There was funding from the African Union to boost the exchange point systems. So there's been a lot that is being done by governments, by service providers, but there are countries where it has been a bit of a tricky situation. Why? Because it's not in every country where you find the regulator is accommodative of service provider input, and the regulator is able to accommodate sitting at the same table with the service providers to do something together. So some things we have to take country by country, situation by situation, but we keep on encouraging them. You need your own internet exchange point, and we tell them why. And we hope that, our hope is that maybe in the next 5 years, we shall have every country having at least an exchange point, but that is just my dream and that of a few of us who are really keen to see more local internet exchange points set up as opposed to European exchange points coming and taking up space within the continent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. Yes, let's have a round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you for staying awake.
This is the end of our lightning presentation for today. I'm going to hand over to Marcus.
Thank you, Alain. Let's give another round of applause to Alain himself. Well, the next session is about NOG panel on strengthening multi-stakeholders approach through NOGs. I would like to invite Mr. Mark Tinker to come and moderate the session for us. Let's welcome with another round of applause.
Hi, how's everybody doing? I think we're running kind of behind. We'll try and catch it up. So this panel is about, to be honest, I'm trying to figure it out myself still. It's about multi-stakeholder engagements and how NOGs can participate in that process. It's an interesting discussion because NOGs typically are very operational. So I'd like to call up the panelists to join me on stage. For those who are in the room, we've got Kevin and Portia. And then online we have Maud, Noah, and Isabel. Yeah, so strengthening the multi-stakeholder approach from a NOG perspective. So for those who are unaware, NOGs, which is what we are at, is a network operators group. NOGs are typically involved with the technical operations of the internet and how it actually physically comes together, how we build it, how we scale it, and so on and so forth. So this panel is really about how NOG personnel can take their technical knowledge and participate in the multi-stakeholder approach. So I'd like everybody on the panel to just introduce themselves. Mark Tinker, I'm with CCOM. I run the engineering department. I'll start with Maud from AFNOG. who is joining remotely. Can they hear us? Maud, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to Kevin.
Hi again. My name is Kevin Chege. Now I sit representing Kenya NOG, KE NOG. KE NOG is a volunteer-led network operator group based in Kenya. It provides a platform for knowledge sharing, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Mark.
I lost the screen. Can we get the monitor back, please? Can we get the monitor back, please? The monitor is at the bottom here with the, so you can get the slides. That screen. How many engineers does it take to put up some slides? Right, so SAFNOG, I'll ask Portia to introduce herself and what her NOG is all about.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Portia Robonda, and I am representing SAFNOG. SAFNOG is the Southern Africa Network Operators Group, Southern Africa being the sub-region, and our focus is to help develop the internet within the sub-region. And yes, that's it for me.
Thank you. Noah Minor, representing Tanzania NOG. Are you there? Nope. Okay. We'll ask Isabel Odida for Uganda NOG to introduce herself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Isabel Odida, and I'm representing UGNOG. Just like Kenya NOG, our focus is also capacity building.
All right, fantastic. Is Maud from Ghana back? Not yet. No. Okay, so it looks like we'll be missing 2 participants. And that's okay. I think that means more time for the 3 of you, which is fine by me. So I think the first thing to sort of bed the session is to get, both yourselves, myself, and particularly our panelists to sort of give us what their takeaway is of what a multi-stakeholder approach actually means in the internet ecosystem. I'll ask Kevin to go first.
Thanks, Mark. So very briefly, the term multi-stakeholder, especially now for us from the network operator group sort of ecosystem, it means ensuring that all the players, regardless of their background, regardless of their areas of expertise, are able to contribute in some way to the promotion and development of the internet. So it does mean making sure everyone gets a voice and gets to be heard. I think that's a simple way I'd put for multi-stakeholderism.
Isabel, from your side, is that a similar thinking of what multi-stakeholder approach means for you?
Yes.
That's it. Okay, Portia.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, it is the same as Kevin has said as well, but from my understanding, it's about having the different interest groups, organizations, as well as end users involved within the development of the ecosystem. So from ISPs to data centers to end users, all involved within the ecosystem.
And yeah, at any time, please, in the audience, you're welcome to come to a mic and either contribute or comment or ask questions, or tell us to walk off also if we're not talking the correct thing. The next question I'd really like to also get into is, like I said before, NOGs have historically, been more about technical operations of the internet and so on and so forth. And maybe I'll direct this to Isabel first, would you say that NOGs are now in what we would say is a good position to go into matters of internet governance? Isabel?
Yeah. So I feel like it's not yet time for us to tackle the internet governance issues. However, I feel like we could still provide a platform for bodies like ISOC that have been doing this for the longest time to get into our space and make use of the platform that we've provided for them, which we have been doing for years. That said, at the end of the day, it's also up to our, the community that we serve as NOGs to decide on whether they would like to bring in the internet governance aspect into the NOGs, whether they want to or not.
Okay. Kevin, what do you think? Are we equipped as NOGs?
I would say, I think it depends on the maturity level of the NOG. So I think NOGs need to sort of look at the reality they're in, look at the issues they're tackling, and then decide if governance is something that they want to get into. In speaking for Kenya now, the way we started as the NOG, we have primarily focused on building technical skills for what we call the next generation of engineers, the engineers who are going to build and design tomorrow's internet. But as governance, we feel there are other organizations that are currently well versed in dealing with the governance issues. So we are trying to see how we can sort of bridge build a bridge between what the NOG is doing in terms of building technical skills and also introducing them to these governance issues, which, as we've seen very recently, are very important. So I would say it depends on the NOG. Some NOGs are very mature, and over the years they've been able to introduce their audience to more of the governance issues around technology. For KNOG, we're mostly, I would say, quite young in the space. We took a bit of a break with the COVID period. We couldn't really meet in person, but we're hoping to restart that again. So I would say there is a role to play, but it varies per NOG depending on how old they are, how long they've been in the game.
Portia, your side?
I do not think that we are ready or should be involved in the governance because firstly, I believe that as much as we are part of the ecosystem, there are different roles or different spheres in which we exist. As NOGs, our role, for instance, with SAFNOG, our role is to build the internet community, the operational side of things, and as Kevin has said, technical training and stuff like that. So governance is a totally different topic, and I believe there are bodies within the ecosystem that are already tackling governance and policy issues. For instance, AIS, which originally had the AFNOG meetings, that addresses policies and governance matters. And internationally, I can give an example of RIPE NCC meetings, which is specifically for those things, whereas there are different NOGs, whether they are local or regional, which address which have a whole separate role, which is mainly focused on internet operations and technical skills.
So Kevin, you said something about a bridge between the NOG and the internet governance organizations? What does that bridge looks like? What is it actually trying to achieve?
So if you look at where the engineers are coming in, like if you look at the core function of the NOG, the way it has sort of, we've come all of us from the AFNOG space, which was mostly technical trainings. There was a gap between what the engineer knew in terms of, building a network, connecting devices and so on, and the governance and the policies that come with that technology. So I think as the NOGs become a fast increasing number in Africa, I think we only have about 9 or 10 active NOGs. As they become more relevant in their space in terms of training engineers, NOGs need to have a look and see, okay, are there other organizations or bodies that are dealing with the governance aspects of technology? And perhaps there's no need to replicate that or duplicate what's being done. Perhaps all that needs to be done is just make sure that there is a way for the engineers who are coming to the NOG meetings to be aware that there is also a very important governance space, and make sure there is that link between the engineers who are being trained and learning the important skills, and also understanding the governance and how they can play a role. And the reason I think that's a really important role for NOGs to look into, those who have not started yet, is because the engineers for tomorrow, today there'll be engineers, but tomorrow there'll be CEOs, they'll be in the regulatory space, they'll be in leadership positions. And they need to understand exactly what's important in terms of the governance. What are the important policies? What's the right thing to do in terms of standards adoption, and making sure that all the right stakeholders are being involved in the process. So that's why I was saying the NOGs need to play that role of building the bridge between, yes, technical, which is very, very important, but also making sure the engineers understand how to engage with other stakeholders in the space, especially those in the policy building aspects.
So, so building on that a little bit. So, so Kevin says that there's a natural transition and progression for an engineer from, over the next 20 to 35 years of his life or her life, will be an engineer and most likely end up being management. So the question I'd like to pose, to the audience while Alain comes up is if the engineers, if the NOGs aren't feeling like it's time for them, then what's the incentive from the multi-stakeholder side to get them involved early on in their careers? Do you want to answer that? Or
No. I had something else to say.
Okay, so that's the question I'll pose. Let Alain go. Someone can think about the answer and I'll come back to you.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mark. I wanted to comment on the fact that, inside the MX, the multi-stakeholders approach the technical community or the engineers as a role, okay, beyond just building the infrastructure. But what we've seen in the past that as gigs, we talk to each other, we make everything complex. But these days, I've seen that some of our gigs are now becoming the managers, and then are becoming the managers. So it looks like they have gone through the layers, and then now they are helping because it looks like to really improve this MX, it's good that we have a gig now who now become the manager or policy makers, and then I think it's helping. Even Mark, I can see that these days Mark is no longer the gig. So, right? Can you confirm that you two, you've gone through the layers?
I'm old and I like to sleep these days.
This is Yazid. I need to add something to what Alan just said. Do we also need them to become politicians? That's also a question.
Okay, I think we're trying to create some excitement so we can discuss.
Yes, Doc.
Now, how do you see this situation? You're running multiple tracks, all technical, but sometimes you want to ensure that you don't have unnecessary overlaps, or sometimes you want to have deliberate overlaps to reinforce. That sort of thing will tend to force track leaders or tracks to talk across. And that's almost like doing the same bottom-up thing. Right. And I'm sure you have a way of resolving it, but you are keeping it secret. So I'm trying to unveil it. And you see the same phenomena in your program committees, right? You have to manage multiple inputs and diverse opinion as to priorities. And in fact, what we are wishing is that the same technique we are referring to as this bottom-up thing may be even applied to government policies, right? Because they are also making choices for us. So it might be useful before a government policy emerges, we would have had chance to set the priorities, as opposed to the priorities are set and then we are consulted. So I'm just curious how you normally go about the process of harmonizing the tracks that you are working with, because that may also shed some light on this thinking of applying the approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Any thoughts? Portia, you wanted to say something? No? Isabel, did you have any thoughts on that comment from the doc? Or from Alain? Or Yazid?
From Doc, because so I will speak. This is not now on UGNOG, but on the SSE track that both Kevin and I do facilitate or train in. I know for a fact that most times as we do our trainings or as we plan our trainings, we always come back to maybe the standards that have been created. We come back to, I won't say governance, but having the why certain things, why, let's say the standards of whatever it is that we might be teaching about, let's say we're talking about mail or DNS, because there've been so many RFPs that have been created since then. So we try our best to relate whatever it is that we are training in our track with the different standards and governance briefly to the trainees or to the participants. We don't dive deep into it because that's not necessarily our goal, but we try our best to.
Okay. Kevin, you had something, and then Paul. Okay, Paul. There we go.
Hi, thanks, Mark. I'm Paul Wilson. I'm the head of APNIC, and it's really good to be here, back at another AFNOG meeting. To answer the question, though, it's quite a deep question, and I think the answer, if the question is whether NOGs are in a good position to enter these discussions, I think the answer is no. For the most part, NOGs are often not in a good position, because NOGs do what NOGs do, which is highly, deeply technical, specific discussion about technology and operations. And, we're not ready here to address issues of internet governance, which can be complex policy issues, complex political issues, which are outside of this room. And today we had a really good example, I thought, in the DNSSEC presentation, which was, I really hope that was a productive kind of attention and no damage was done to either side. But I think there was a really good example there of sort of mismatched expectations in a discussion which was probably useful and which could have been probably more useful with more preparation and more mutual kind of awareness of what the different sort of sides, if you like, of that discussion were here for and what they needed. But I think it really was an amazing sign, an excellent sign that there were people here in this room who were not from the core technical community and who were interested to come and understand and listen and to understand, if they could understand, what was going on. So I think, the unique thing about AFNOG or any NOG is that there's no place else like it where you could come along and potentially learn about what's actually happening on the internet today and what the actual challenges are. And for policymakers to come and genuinely to start to understand that, I think is extremely valuable. So I think to the whole beauty of the multi-stakeholder process is to bring these different stakeholder groups together and to provide a forum and a means for them to speak to each other, understand each other, because there's mutual understanding required on both sides if we are to help each other and to kind of smooth over the big gulfs that exist between different groups of people with different concerns about internet governance. And what has to be recognized is that the deep technical knowledge, and not just the deep technical kind of theoretical knowledge, but the practical knowledge of what's happening on the internet today, technically, it only exists here. And it's really essential to take it into account when there are important decisions being made that can potentially, have an impact on internet operations. So I saw that today. I saw it as a fantastic sign and really hopefully a great start to more dialogue between the community of policymakers in this continent and AFNOG. So I hope that although the NOGs are not now necessarily in a good position, that they can be, and it's not too difficult to keep an open mind and to think about what the other kind of side of the discussion needs to sort of know and hear about. Thanks.
There we go. Yeah, no, thanks for that, Paul. And I think I'll jump on that. There's nothing like a good practical example in network operations. Since Mark is here, I heard about the incident. Do you want to give your unadulterated feedback on your thoughts about how that was such an example of what we're discussing? Perhaps I'm putting you on the spot in case you're not aware. Just to lend some context.
There's a mic again. To me, what happened this morning was perhaps an oversight of planning in what happens if you have an opening ceremony with government people, and then the first talks of the day happen to be technical, and not just technical, but how to do DNSSEC, which is challenging, shall we say. And that's why I completely changed the tune and gave it a more, this is what DNSSEC can do and why it makes life safer for us, and it's a better, safer internet for everyone. And therefore, this is a good road to follow rather than nuts and bolts of how DNSSEC works. I think I'll step aside.
Thanks, Mark. I think we can move on to the next slide for the questions. Can I get the slides back, please? Okay. So next one, I think might have answered it, but yeah, is the internet technical community, i.e. the NOG, relevant to internet governance, or should their focus remain on internet operations? Portia, you want to take that one?
I think we've been able to go into it a bit in the last question, but from my side, I would have said, well, while we are in the same multi-stakeholder sphere, ecosystem rather, NOGs have their main focus, which is internet operations and technologies and technical training. And we have bodies or organizations that focus mainly on governance and policy. But that does not mean that we're operating in silos. At the end of the day, we are part of the same ecosystem. And so from the NOG side, we do, as much as we do not focus on internet governance, part of our presentation, some of them do touch on internet policy. So there is room to have advisory from both sides, where we have a NOG event and we have a topic that touches on internet policy and governance, and where we have internet governance or policy event, and we do have technical topics as well. So there is room for advisory on both sides and for both to take part in advising each other. But it's not necessarily to say that we should change our focus.
Maybe, Kevin, as you prepare to answer that, I'll put a little spin on it just to spicing it up just a little bit. would you say that there's perhaps an eagerness because the internet these days pretty much runs itself, right? I mean, you pick up a phone, you can do whatever you want. Is there a concerted eagerness, perhaps you would say, to sort of, let me not say downplay, but to sort of maybe quiet down the relevance or irrelevance of deep technical requirements and input to get this internet thing up running and staying running in favor of the ease with which our lives have become with this technology, the here and now of we need to get everything done at whatever cost, the real and present, this thing costs money and everything has to be accounted for, return on investment, this, that, and the other. Is there an eagerness to sort of make everybody that's participating, especially engineers, in the internet very businessy or very business conscious or very investment conscious about the internet, as opposed to actually, well, it would be nice to build something before you can sell it type thing?
Wow, that's a tough question. I'll try and answer. So I think for engineers, so before I joined ISOC, I worked in a service provider industry. And what I've come to see for engineers in Africa in particular, it may have changed a bit, but in those days, 10 years ago, 10 years ago or so, the engineer had to be you're the network operator, but you're also the air conditioning expert, you're the data center expert, you're the peering expert, you're the electricity that comes into the data center expert. So you're dealing with, you're juggling so many things, and you're doing that because of what you've just said. It's sort of your role to make sure the internet is working. And when things don't, when the internet is not working, no one wants to hear that you're not the AC person. If the AC failed, you should know how to fix it. You need to be the UPS person, you need to be all this. So unfortunately, what that meant was the understanding of the ecosystem was not very clear to me as an engineer. So, for example, as I mentioned, I was in the ISP space, but beyond the peering arrangements and the other ISPs I was connected to, the ecosystem was not clear. What was the role of AFNOG? What's the role of ICANN? Where are these organizations in the ecosystem? And I think if one thing the NOG should really make sure they address is that the engineers understand the ecosystem they're in. So not only making sure the link is working, but who are the other players in that space that can impact how reliable the connectivity is, and also some of these standards and policies that are being applied to the network. So, and in addition to what you've said, you also need to have a understanding of the business, because you need to understand 1 megabit per second costs this amount if you connect from this ISP, but it also costs this amount if you connect from this ISP. So this link is preferred over that link. So it was good in a way, in terms of you end up having a diverse range of skills when it comes to the technical side of the world, but very limited when it comes to the policy side and the understanding the ecosystem. So one thing when I saw this question asked was, I think one thing the NOG should make sure they do is, as you address the technical gaps for the engineers in the region, I think introducing them to these other players in the ecosystem is very important. No need to replicate or repeat what's being done. There are other organizations that are very well versed with the governance. So just making sure the engineer understands the entire space. I hope I've answered your question.
Isabel, your thoughts perhaps, and I think maybe I'll preface for you and maybe also add that like Kevin was saying, it would be nice for engineers to understand the business side of things, and obviously that is very well understood. But at the same time, an organization is full of people, right? So you have people at almost every department looking after, operations, accounting, engineering, and so on and so forth. Wouldn't you perhaps say, Isabel, and anybody else in the audience, that, wouldn't you say that if an engineer or if a NOG operator is unaware about a certain side of the commercial business, that they would be assisted by those that actually know. I mean, similarly, you know, if a CEO comes to ask you how fiber is laid, chances are that he doesn't know. That's why he's coming to ask you, right? So Isabel, I don't know if you think that that is a reasonable delineation. And while you answer that, you can also prep to go to the mic. So Isabel, your thoughts?
Yes, I agree. Because I won't even talk about the business. I will talk about an experience I've had when, you know, you've had probably an outage or somewhere in the network, something has gone wrong. And you find the guys that handle the mobile network with the different nodes that they maybe, let's say, the radio server or the SIG, and you have the guys that also handle now the internet backbone that move you out of your internal network, and you find, and so the guys who are in charge of the mobile network are blaming the DNS guys, yet they do not fully understand what DNS is all about. And then when the DNS guy says, no, it's not an issue with the DNS, it's perfectly fine, this is our proof, then they'll come to the internet backbone guys and say, maybe it's something wrong with the internet backbone, maybe check this. And these same people who handle the mobile network probably can't even tell the difference between a public IP and a private IP address. So it goes back to what Kevin is talking about. It's important that we do understand the different stakeholders within the ecosystem and what they do, either as part of the business or on a wide aspect of things. They don't necessarily have to know all of it, but have some knowledge. And that way they do know who to approach when something's wrong, or who to approach when they need support when it comes to the business development. Now, if we do go back to your question, still, Mark, if we do have time, for me, it was both yes and no, same as Kevin, where us guys who do build the internet, who claim to build the internet, still need protection from the guys, the bodies that handle internet governance. Without internet governance, we won't be saved. What we work on won't be saved. Without internet governance, what we do won't be relevant, and it won't even be protected. However, there is still we're still struggling as the technical community within the internet ecosystem, with one even finding that talent that need to understand internet governance. We're also struggling with finding guys to handle the capacity building to help these talent that I'm talking about to build the internet that needs to be governed.
Thank you. And then Mr. Stuckey.
Hi, thanks, Mark. It's Paul. Much shorter flight than a colleague from New Zealand. I mean, just on the slide, the question is, you know, is the technical community's input relevant? Well, of course, the technical community is relevant. Input is always relevant if it's informed. So, of course, engineers should be giving input in an internet community. But the thing that we've always got to watch out for is a situation in which the tail wags the dog. That tail can be the engineers, that tail can be politicians, but if that tail is wagging the dog, you have a problem. Internet governance must be multi-stakeholder. That means no section of interests should be saying, we built this, we get to dictate what the terms are. Your NOG, I mean, it's in the name, it's a network operator group. It's not collection of technicians employed by network operators. It is the collection of the operators. Most of the major operators have legal, technical, have CEOs, finance, accounting, and so on. So if your network operator group isn't just a forum of one group of the section of the operator, then it's in a much better position to participate in multi-stakeholder governance. It's in a much better position for the engineers to upskill themselves. In my experience, engineers, properly trained engineers who go on to study policy as a matter of course, make really good policy wonks. They're in their late 50s or like Mr. Stuckey, even older. I think I'll get in trouble for that. First controversial thing I said today. But the fact of the matter is that you cannot have a situation where there is somebody going, I am a technician who happens to represent an operator. My operator doesn't know or understand what I'm doing. I belong to this NOG and I'm now going to dictate what the hell happens in the internet. That sort of attitude, which can exist within national NOGs, but it also can very, very much exist within a regional space, is the path to ruin, because it's a form of the tail wagging the dog. There's other forms of tail wagging the dog, politicians fighting with people stupidly. That's another form of the tail wagging the dog. But if we're genuinely committed to multi-stakeholder internet, we shouldn't be having a discussion about how much say should the technical community have, or pitching the technical community against the companies that they are employed by. You know, it's simply ridiculous to say, oh, we're having this little exclusive club of network operators, but actually all that it is it's the engineers in inverted commas, because to be quite honest, who is and isn't an engineer, it can become quite a fraught discussion. If we want multi-stakeholder internet, we need many venues in which communication happens, but we also need a sense of candor and a sense of the rules-based system is what has led the internet to exist. And that's what we have to focus on preserving. So having a, you're not relevant or you're more relevant than I, it's completely and utterly absurd. And we need to stop that unless we want to see more ruin in the continent in terms of internet governance. Because the less said about the way the tail has wagged the dog in the last 10 years on this continent, the better. But it has to come to an end. Otherwise, we're in for a lot of hurt over the next couple of years.
Thanks, Paul. So I think just to ask you a question, not now, but after Mr. Stuckey goes, and maybe William can also answer it while you're on it, is there's obviously no shortage of internet governance organizations, you know, ISOC, ICANN, etc., over the years that have looked at how we implement multi-stakeholder agreement at that level. Obviously, this panel is about whether we should suck NOGs into that process. Is that because there's a piece that's missing? While you think about that, Mr. Stuckey.
Do you want me to address that question or make my short comment?
But of course.
Okay, my short comment is that I detected or thought I detected a distinction or dichotomy between engineers and understanding finances. There are two definitions of an engineer which are relevant here. One is an engineer as an applied scientist. The other is an engineer, someone who can do for $5 what any bloody fool can do for a quid. In other words, the economics of the issue is central to being an engineer. To address the question you posed to me, I think that quite often internet governance conversations or debates go down a rabbit hole because the people having the conversation don't understand the technology. And so they make incorrect assumptions. And it's really useful, apart from the fact that engineers and other people with technical skills do have minds and do have opinions and can analyze things quite well. There is also a place for them to have a role, a place for them to help guide conversations where there are mistakes being made in terms of understanding the technology, and therefore incorrect conclusions are reached. Thank you.
So wouldn't you say, well, you answer, so wouldn't you then say that there is a natural progression in the industry for, you know, someone to eventually get to age 55 and having had a track record of being an engineer, you know, provide technical input into some, you know, high-level internet governance forum of some kind? Isn't that value? And I suppose the question I was asking before is that too late in the chain that we're looking to come further down, or is there value still in that process?
Very much so. And I must apologize, I failed to introduce myself. I'm William Stuckey. I'm an independent technology and spectrum and regulation consultant, and I'm currently busy with this gentleman and one is somewhere else, doing a DNS study, repeating the 2016 DNS study, DNS market study in Africa, and hopefully we'll be telling you a bit about that on Saturday. Yes, I'm 65 years old. Yes, I have been a real engineer who's commissioned plants. I've been most kinds of engineer, except for aeronautical and civil. But there is definitely a role for people who have got a broad range of experience to move into the more advisory side of things. And obviously, as an engineer, I've been in management positions. I've run projects, I've done all those sort of things. But to move on and to really act more as a mentor, if you like. And I know lots of people in the industry of my sort of age who play those roles. And I think it's a very valuable role to play.
It's difficult to follow up on William's Act. Yes, absolutely. What you want is people who've got technical experience as engineers, et cetera, but who've reached a point in time at which they can give a holistic picture. Any discussion about internet governance that is not grounded in a proper understanding of the technology is bound to fail. But that comes back to the key problem. You cannot allow a tail to wag the dog. So if your starting premise is, we want to have a discussion about this element of internet governance, or we want to, conjure up what institutions are necessary for internet governance, what you have to do is you have to have in that room people who are able to explain the technical aspects to people who don't otherwise understand it. And you need people to be able to take a multi-participant model and come up with what your institutions are. What is at great risk and great peril is when any one sector or any one role, particularly within an organization, is able to, on the back of laziness. And unfortunately, if we look at big organizations that are involved in the internet, laziness is a big part of the problem. You have executives who have no idea how certain things in the organization work. So what they do is they allow whichever technician to become the organization for those purposes. And then you run into some weird and wonderful problems later on. And, without going into a very specific example that's very close to my heart, where you've got an organization that says, we're part of the internet governance ecosystem, but we're badly governed, or we don't follow the rules, we don't care about the law, all bets are off. And if we're going to have a situation in which people then claw back to going, oh, well, we make up the technical community. The technical community is who should tell everybody else what to do. You're just replicating the problem. You're just continuing this path. And so, it's a bad premise to sort of go, who should have the greater say? What's the best premise to have is, what are the conditions to have a meaningful discussion? The first condition for a meaningful discussion is a sense of candor. The second condition is a sufficient level of an understanding of the mechanics. So I do not understand DNS security to the level that Mark does by any means, okay? Not whatsoever. I wasn't in the discussion. But Mark can explain to me not the full technical ins and outs, but enough for us to be able to have a meaningful discussion about elements beyond the technical implementation. And that's how your discussions have to take place if you are taking it from a governance point of view. So if you were to add an event like this, have governance-related discussions at which the technical information is laid out on the table, baseline of technology is laid out on the table, then you could have your governance and policy discussions and so on and so forth, and you groom people in. If you're going to have a technical session, you need to have a proper technical session. You need to have a situation where half of the people in the room are going, okay, I don't quite know what I just realized. I'm going to have to go and do some more reading. Because people learn things often by being thrown in the deep end and often by experimenting and so on and so forth. So those two functions, are both valid to have in an event like this. But we can't continue with this sort of idea of, either this group, dictates what internet governance is, or that group, or this group. That is not, it does not work. And apart from it not working, it also is contrary to what the stated objectives of multi-stakeholder internet governance is all about. So we've got to ask ourselves, why are the IGFs not coming? I mean, the global IGF meets annually. Met in Ethiopia last year. It as an event, it did its part. It's meeting in Japan in a few days' time, actually, I think. Anyway, some of these institutions work elsewhere. Part of the reason why we have a problem here is because we're not embracing genuine multi-stakeholder. We're using multi-stakeholder as an excuse to enter into fights about who gets to wag the tail. And that's not helpful. And until we change that attitude, and particularly that attitude among some stakeholders who are holding the industry back, we're in trouble. So yeah, I very much agree. We need more engineers past 60 who've had enough time as engineers to fully understand the technology, who well sure as to what's going on, especially as electrical engineers, and who have since actually learned some governance and related issues, being in advisory capacity. Unfortunately, I don't think everybody would like us to go down that path, even if it is the correct path to growing the internet in this continent. And that's the unfortunate reality.
Thanks, Paul. So while Doc's coming up, let me get my slides back, but towards the end of the session, I'll just redirect to Kevin and just say, based on what Paul has said, and maybe also what William has said before, are you satisfied that the existing multi-stakeholder schema at the high level is sufficient across all the various organizations on the internet? Is sufficient in its current form as it is right now? And do you think that trying to get the NOGs to participate in some way we have not yet defined is what's missing, or is this a problem looking for a solution?
Thanks for the question, Mark. I'll be brief. I'm sure Portia and Isabel want to add in. So I think I agree with most of the comments that have been made. I want to also commend some of the internet governance forums, at least back home. We have what are called School of Internet Governance trainings, and there are sessions for non-technical people to come and understand technology. And they do actually reach out to the technical space and say, please come, we need you to train these, future policymakers to understand a bit of the technology, and make them understand what's ISOC, what's ICANN, what's ITF, what's a standard, what are some of the important protocols on the internet. So there has been that outreach. I think for NOGs, what they need to make sure is that when that outreach happens, there is a skilled engineer who can simply explain the technology to these non-technical people, because you need someone who can go there and explain BGP in a very easy to understand manner, make them understand, this is the import of the exchange point. When the exchange points participate, these are the two devices, they're going to communicate in this way, in this manner. When that's in place, better policies can be written. So I think for the NOGs, concentration should be, make sure you can train good engineers, make them understand the technologies, make them understand how exactly all these important cogs of the internet play a role, how they work, and then make sure that, and that's what I was saying, I think that bridge needs to be there between the tech and the governance. Maybe the NOG can make sure if there's a school of internet governance going on, someone is there to at least explain some of the tech, and also vice versa, because it's important also for people to understand, the engineers to understand the ecosystem as well. I'll stop here, and I'm sure Portia will have to add.
Doc.
Yeah, I thought I'll make the following comment. Remember that the entire IGF was in a way defined by first recognizing the technical community. And so it was a method by which, the public policy related issues emerging from the adoption of the internet might become somehow rationalized or harmonized and so on. But I know you like governance, but let me leave that. Let's go now back to the beginning, which had to do with coordination and administration of whatever it is that we do. There, who really, sort of does multi-stakeholder more than the operators. Because the operator at the exchange point, what are you doing? You are coordinating. You have to learn to do the same bottom-up practice. You do it. So I'm sort of concerned that even though you are doing it, you are not owning it, right? You do it. You do it more than any of the groups in the sense that, you must coordinate. You know, the nature of the internet and why we have this multi-stakeholder approach is because we all own our domains. Okay, I own my network. Okay, I make my policies there. So do the others. So we have to wrap, before, coordinate. In so doing, we try to engage as many of the bottom that we have as possible to make the coordination sensible, so to speak. So if you are doing that and you're doing it at the exchange point, and Kevin said you have to now add the power guys and add the data guys, I think you are actually doing it more than at the high policy level. And since you're doing it, I don't want you to leave on a table. You should just own that. Then with that, you might decide how you participate in the larger realm. And because you have many avenues that you could use. And I thought that was what I could add to your discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. So again, the theme of a progression through the career is coming out. And I suppose we have, I think about 7 minutes left before we need to close the session. I think I'll leave it on what I think would be a reasonably controversial question. 5 minutes. Okay, so it's 5 now, not 7. So is the concept of interest, and by interest, I mean things that we like or don't like, is the concept of interest worth exploring or worth discussing or worth thinking about as a pivotal section of this consideration? By that, I mean, is it okay, because a minority of the people will transition into being on both sides, right? They will transition into being in the middle where they can serve both technical and the managerial side, or the governance and the NOG side. But that will be a minority of people in my small assessment. Is it okay for the majority of people simply not to be interested? So majority of internet governance people just don't care about technical operations. Will never change, it's just how they are, right? And the majority of the network operators just don't care about internet governance. Is that okay? So what I mean by interest is, I mean, if you don't like something, you don't like something, right? If I give you a mango that you don't like, you're not going to eat it, right? If you don't like hiking, you won't hike. If you don't like mathematics, you won't do math, right? If you don't like pickups, you will buy a mini. Do you know what I mean? Like interest. So are we saying that people's personal interests in what gets them up in the morning to go to either be, a multi-stakeholder negotiator or go be a DNSSEC engineer, should that be totally ignored, despite the fact that you will have a minority of people in the middle bridging that gap? Or should we instead force interest upon people that aren't interested? That's where I'd like to leave that rather controversial, that has raised 6 or 7 or 8 hands question. David.
Thank you, Mark. I think your question is very similar to what most people say. I don't like politics. I don't do politics. But politics affects you. It's not because I like politics that I want to follow politics. It's because whether I want it or not, it's there. So I think for the technical community, it's not a matter of choice. It's a matter of, you have to be there. Otherwise, people who don't understand what the technology is will have to make a decision that you won't like.
But I'll give you a practical example, right? Because we've been talking about IETF participation in the operator community for decades, right? As an example, right? You can go to NANOG, RIPE, Apricot, AFNOG, LACNIC. Everybody is saying, come to the IETF. But operators are not there, right? It's been 2 decades, maybe 2.5, right? Chances are 4 decades from now, we'll still be saying, come to the IETF, and they will not be there, right? So So what I'm saying is clearly what's coming out is there's a general lack of interest, right? So
Yeah,
are we going to keep beating the horse?
I think it's not easy. You know, a testament is what happened this morning when Mark was talking technical. There were people who were not happy about that. So I think we have to find a way. But when we talk about multi-stakeholderism, it doesn't mean that it's simple. You cannot mix everybody together and make it work. But we should find a way where everybody's voice can be heard, everybody can participate, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in together. And sometimes it's complex. It's true, especially technology. Sometimes it's very complex for some people. So we have to find a way for the technology people to work with the policy people, maybe creating, for example, at IETF, what ISOC is doing is create a safe space for policymakers to go there and meet with very important technical people, but really can speak to them in a more friendly manner. Even the culture of IETF is not, if you take, a government person in IETF, he will really be offended. So we keep them in a separate room, and then we invite the technical people to come and discuss with them. So I think we have to find the mechanism, but it's clear that the technical people will have to be interested in policy, and the policy people have also have to be interested in the technology as well. Thank you.
Yazid, I think then we close off.
Wow, I think you ask a very complicated question, and I'm probably going to complicate it a little bit more. So if we go back to the history of the internet, it all started with engineers, and at a certain point of time, governance started to be an issue until, the IGF and so, et cetera, came in. And internet governance back to earlier 2000s, I think it's because the way the internet started growing and getting a lot of different kind of profiles and audiences and challenges, the governance of the internet became a need, right? So I personally think that both are important. The technical community has its role. The internet governance is also important. Can we do one without the other? I think where we have reached now, the answer is probably, but I may be wrong, is probably no. I don't attend internet governance forums. That's personal, but still, as David said.
Can I make you interested in attending them though?
Well, again, it's personal.
Of course,
right?
it is. That's the whole point. Can I make you in? Can I force you to be interested in attending?
Forcing? Well, probably not. But if you convince me on going there, I may change my mind, right? And probably it's also the same for the others. There are some discussions ongoing on removing the technical governance, and I'm not saying a lie. The ICANN CEO and some organizations here has published a common paper recently, right, on certain discussions that are ongoing. So we definitely need to talk to each other. Forcing me to go might be a need, definitely, because again, if I'm not present somewhere and some decisions are taken on my behalf, if I'm not there, definitely I don't have anything to say. So yes, we have to be there. Probably not me as a person.
Of course, it has to start from somewhere.
But again, the technical community needs to participate to the internet governance, and internet governance people also need to understand that there is no internet governance without the technical community. That's my personal opinion, but I may be wrong on that.
Thank you so much. We really do need to close off, but the fine gentleman has been waiting. Just and then just him, just.
Hi, Mark. Good to see you. You know, this is funny. We come to these conferences as one community, but people outside there, they don't know that we're fighting. This is just my personal view. I don't think we should be sitting here and fighting who's supposed to be where, who's supposed to be there, should we be together or not. And this comes from someone who I once, upon a time, technical, then start your own ISP, then now you need to shift, you become, you sit on the same tables. And most of the engineers, they will tell you that we are not good with people's skills. I've got this problem in my own office where my system engineer will say, no, send me an email. But my guy, you're just sitting next to my office, just next door. Why should I send you an email for something that we can both of us sit in the same table and discuss it and find a solution? So what I'm trying to say here is we all need to be in the same room. What happened this morning, hence you'll find that most politicians, they will come and tell you about the fourth industrial revolution, even in 2024, going to 2026 or whatever, they will be still preaching the same thing because they don't understand what's happening in these meetings. But if the information is out there and we all discussing it and we see it and we, like, I was hoping that the DNS, this presentation, I still believe that it needs to continue, you know, for the interest of everyone here, you know. That's my 2 cents. So let me just leave it until tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think we're now way over time. Sorry about that. Panelists, Portia, Kevin, Isabel, Noah, Maud, and Absentia, thank you very much. You've all been a fantastic crowd. Appreciate it. We'll see you next year, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, 1 sec before I forget. Someone left a set of AirPods over there, so just come get them from me if they're yours. White case.
Thank you very much. The next session, after the break, the CTO from ICANN, John Crane, will come and give us an update. Let's spend just 5 minutes, go and grab something and then come back for not to waste time. So just 5 minutes, we are back. Are you with me? Okay, so 5 minutes. Hello, your attention, please. This evening you have a gala dinner, so please don't go. Let's enjoy ourselves. Thank you. The venue is within the premise of the hotel. It starts at 6 o'clock.
Hey, oh, no, control me. So that's why I don't Sure. Okay. Or you want to deal with? No. I can leave it to you. You are my boss.
So what we got? We got next back.
The slide. So that you can try.
Mic is on.
Your attention, please. Our 5 minutes is exhausted. Let's come back. Our 5 minutes is exhausted. Please come back. Please. Our break time is over. Alain, well, now the floor is for you. We're going to show with John.
John, I have a special, well, we have a special guest called John Crane. John Crane is the Vice Senior President and Chief Technology Officer at ICANN. And we are lucky that he accepted to join us today and update us on activities, projects going on at the OCTO level, which we as the African technical community, we should pay attention to. So, so John, please feel welcome. And yes, I think you have some slides for us.
I do.
Okay, but I will first of all ask you to give a bit of your background, because we had some discussions when we were talking. I'm a geek. I don't do this. So I want John to give us an example of who you are, and then in the perspective of John the geek and the John the VP.
No pressure. Whoa, that's loud. Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. I can't see most of you because I'm being blinded by a light. Well, thank you for inviting me. A little bit about me. So I'm John Crane. My current title is Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer. I have been at ICANN pretty much since the inception. I was ICANN's first Chief Technical Officer, running all the IT stuff. Before that, I was at an organization called Réseau IP European Network Coordination Center, or the RIPE NCC. So I was a director and a staff member at one of the early RIRs. Before that, I was designing machinery and building networks and just doing all kind of geeky stuff. So I guess I'm a geek that got into policy. You know, that discussion about the NOGs is really interesting, and there was a lot of truths in there about how we need to cross those boundaries. And I'm one of those people who gets to do some of that. So I'm going to talk about the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And I've been asked to talk about some of the things we're going to do in one of the areas that works for me. I have two areas that report to me at ICANN. One is the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, and I think I'm giving a update on that tomorrow. And the other is the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. So I'm going to start off with what is OCTO. Well, obviously it's the obvious thing, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. We love acronyms at ICANN. So my group is called IROS that I run, and it's made up of OCTO and IANA. So that's just the way we work at ICANN. We love our acronyms. So one way to think of the Office of the Chief Technology Officer is like we're a think tank. We are the part inside ICANN that sits and thinks and writes and investigates about technology. And the reason we do that is to help inform the community. So we have a little internal mission statement that we use with our staff to remind us why we're doing this, right? So we're just trying to improve the general technological stature of the ICANN community and the ICANN organization, and explain that technology to the various parts of the multi-stakeholder model. So, you know, we can be talking to NOGs. I think some of you saw Yazid get up to the microphone and says he may be wrong, but he suspects he's not. So he's one of our staff members that go out there giving technical trainings to network operators, but we also give trainings to government officials, law enforcement, folks from the judicial system, judges, etc., whoever needs to understand what's happening in the technical world. We have 4 basic parts to my organization. We have an ops guy with his team. You know, they do things like project management. If you're going to be a good engineer, you're going to have to do good project management. So we have a whole team for that. We have a group that does a lot of technical engagement. Yazidu is one of those folks. So they're the guys mostly out doing the training, talking to people, bringing that back. And they work closely with our other engagement functions. Some of you may know Pierre and Yalvi and all the folks here. They all work together to talk to people and go out and try and basically improve the technical stature of the ecosystem. And then I have not 1, but 2 research departments, and they could not be more different. So one of them is about security and stability and resilience, and the other is really about more general research around protocols and network technology. The SSR group is made up of PhD professors and doctors and is very, very academic in the way they do things. And the other group is network engineers, folks who work on protocols and building networks. You know, many of them are multiple times authors of RFCs that we all use. So it's 2 different, very different approaches to doing research and publishing, but together it really melds well. They work so well together, like doing research and doing peer review for each other's research. So those are those functions in a nutshell. And I know I'm between you and some kind of party, so I'm going to try and get us back on time. So what are we doing in the research area? You all think, well, ICANN, it's a governance thing. So let's talk about some of the technical research we're doing. I'm not going to go to all of these because, like I said, I'm trying to get to the party with you guys, but I'll leave them up for a second. So a lot of the time we do research in collaboration with other people. So you can see here that we are researching with Tsinghua University and looking at what we can see from mobile networks and what we can detect by looking at traffic from the DNS route. ICANN happens to manage one of the 13 root servers, but we also often get access through organizations like DNS OARC, the DNS Operations Analytics and Resource Center and Research Center. So we have a lot of access to data that we can go and look for patterns and figure out if interesting things are going on. You know, there's been a long ongoing discussion about TCP in the DNS and how it's going to destroy the world because we're all going to do session-based DNS and it's not going to scale, et cetera, et cetera. So we're doing some research on that. You know, how much of it is out there? Is it really causing issues? RPKI, something that's near and dear to the numbering world. It's resource public key infrastructure for routing. So how does that affect the DNS? If you look at the key servers that are used for the domain name system, are they using RPKI? Are they securing their routing? That's an interesting question we had. So here's a couple of interesting ones. So we developed a classifier for email. Like, why would ICANN develop an email classifier? It doesn't seem like in our remit or in our world. But we're interested in just how bad is the abuse of the domain name system. And often when we see reports, in this case, we were using data from the anti-phishing working group, they come in as emails. Just because somebody tells you something is a phish does not mean it's a phish. So the question we had was, can we take this data stream of I think, millions of emails? And can we apply machine learning, or as the fancy people call it now, artificial intelligence, to actually look at a stream of emails in real time and detect whether or not it was a form of abuse that we recognized? There's a paper on that. It's actually, that one is going to be on TrustCom. That's a big security conference. So a lot of these will go through academic peer review, and then later will become ICANN documents. So there's at least 2 on here that are actually going through an academic review, and then will later become ICANN documents once they've been presented at these academic conferences. Whichever one shall I pick on? Can we predict DNS abuse by looking at elements of registration data or elements of DNS traffic? Once again, using machine learning. We don't know the answer to this one yet, but it's an interesting one we're starting to work on. Is can we actually, determine that a phish is going to happen, and how accurate will that turn out to be? The reason we do all of this research is because we want to inform the discussion. So if somebody tells us, well, you cannot detect the abuse, then the obvious answer is, can we not detect it? Or maybe we can. Can we apply science and technology to improve the status of the current technology? And can we communicate that to the industry through NOGs and the ICANN community, et cetera, to basically improve the ecosystem? So we also fund projects. Not most people don't realize this, but some of the research we don't do ourselves for various reasons. We might not have the skill set. It may be something that's in a little bit of a gray area for ICANN to be working on, so it's better to have a neutral third party. So there is an advisory committee inside ICANN called the Root Server System Advisory Committee. They wrote a paper, and there were some recommendations to conduct some studies about the behavior of DNS resolvers. So we paid somebody to do that study. Should be published by the end of this year. Blockchain names. Everybody's probably heard of those, right? So there is an archive that looks at what's happening in the blockchain world and gathers data and publishes it for the community. And we're funding part of that because we think it's of interest to the technical community and to the domain name industry in general. Here's a fun one. I told you we liked acronyms. Infermal. Man, somebody spent some time coming up on this one. This one's good. Inferential analysis of maliciously registered domain names. You can tell it was a academic scientist that came up with this one. So the basic aim of this is, can we look at the data around the domain name system, registration data, usage data, etc., and determine if particular factors drive the behavior of malicious registrations. So some people will stand there and say, well, of course, price is the thing that drives it. I've heard that 100 times. I've not really seen a scientific study that actually says that indeed that is the driver. There are many other things that may drive it. Jurisdiction, the fact that it's by a well-known hosting provider that is maybe more friendly to some of this badness. We don't know. So the University of Grenoble is doing this research. This is one of those where we think it's good to have neutral third-party academics do the work. So we are funding that work. ICANN has the world's worst URIs. We like to have really long ones. I'm sorry, I don't get to get a choice in this, but it's on the slides that will be shared later. I'm thinking that the results of that will probably come out early next year, but that's going to be an interesting one because that may affect policy. if we know what drives the bad guys, maybe we can do something about it through policy changes. Maybe we can't, we don't know. If we don't do the research, we don't know whether or not we can drive change. So there's a series of documents called the OCTO documents. They're not very original. Office of the CTO documents. Also, unoriginally, we number them sequentially. So it started on 01 and we're at 40 or something now. So we got a few things that are looking at. One is a paper that has been written and gone into academic review, which is a lot about understanding whether parking pages are actually active pages or inactive. So there are parking pages that are literally just that. They're just a flat page with a bit of data on. And there are parking pages that are not. They actually have active data on them and things change. So can we actually differentiate between those? Can we use that information to help us understand what's happening? Now, if you're doing research around DNS abuse and what's happening in the ecosystem, then understanding the different types of parking pages is actually useful. So that will become a document. The classifier that I talked about, we're going to make that into an OCTO document. I suspect we may end up releasing code around that. Although I will warn you, to run it, you need quite a lot of GPUs. The issue with anything with machine learning is it's not cheap, especially if you want to keep the data local and not use one of these free services out there. Reputation block lists, has everybody heard of them? Nobody's putting their hands up. Nobody's heard of reputation block lists. Does anybody here run a network? Not anymore. And yet he's the one who's heard of them. So, you know, these are lists of identifiers. They can be IP addresses. They can be domain names that are deemed by somebody to be bad. And you use that to defend your network users. How do you choose which ones are good and which ones are bad? Because there's dozens of them out there. It's not like there's only one or two. There are literally dozens of them. So some of our researchers have done some work on this, and they are publishing a paper on ways in which you can deterministically decide which block lists you want to use for certain purposes. So we use them a lot in our research. And we always get the question, why did you pick this one or that one? And the main reason we pick them is because they are well known and they are used in end boxes, etc., to protect networks. We think we can do a better job. So that's why we're going to release this paper. And I think other people have already indicated they'd be interested in using this methodology to actually pick their own defense mechanisms. DNSSEC error reporting. I've been told I shouldn't be too technical. So DNSSEC error reporting, when something breaks, what you want to get back is a message from the other end saying why it broke. Doesn't really exist fully yet. One of our staff is working on an RFC within the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF. That's where we go to write protocols, etc. And we will write an explainer so that it will simplify the language for folks to understand why this is important and why they should use it. It will get deployed because the resolver operators will do this. This is something that's been needed for a while. So we went and did the work. Internet fragmentation. That's a term that you hear a lot in governance circles, right? Does anybody know what it means? I hear people laughing, so I'm assuming they feel the same way about it as I do, right? So we're going to try and put some deterministic language around internet fragmentation and what it means technically, and also possibly other definitions that people are using. Because it's a word that gets thrown, well, two words, that get thrown around a lot in the governance discussions. But when you ask somebody what they mean, almost nobody can tell you.
So, yes, John, yes, allow me to stop you here. The internet fragmentation, is it the same thing like internet balkanizations?
That's another nice word that people use. Yes, internet balkanization. I honestly don't know, because I don't know what they mean by that either. So we're going to write a document that's going to try and lay some of this out, and will hopefully help people in the governance world understand, what it means technically to have a network that is fragmented in some way, and what some of the other definitions are. Some of them are not technical, they are more political, or they're other things. So we're going to try and write a document on that. And then here's a weird one. DNS purchasing guides for government procurement officers. So this is one we did a while ago, and it talks about, are the devices you're buying using the latest technologies? Are they DNSSEC capable? Do they do support DNS error reporting? All the things that you really want when you're buying DNS equipment. Do you have a checklist that you can use? And this hopefully gives them a checklist. So we're busy. I want to talk briefly about another project we have, and you can talk to Yazid if you want to know the details, because I'm just an executive these days. I'm not actually a real engineer anymore, although this technically isn't really engineering. Kindness. Has anybody heard of Manners from ISOC? Right, about securing routing. Great program. If you've not heard of it, go look it up. So Manners is really about, can we secure the routing system, which is very important. And the routing, to me, is what DNS is to IP addresses, what DNS resolution is to the DNS, right? It's the way we actually use them. So because we're not very original, we came up with something similar. And we thought, well, if you had manners and a little bit of kindness, the world would be a better place. I think it's going to be a good t-shirt. And if you've been to NOGs, you know the t-shirts are probably the most important thing. So we struggled a bit, I think, with coming up with a name. Knowledge sharing and instantiating norms. Wow, that's a long word, for DNS. Basically, a series of best practices that anybody can do. Right? You don't have to be a DNS guru. You don't have to be a DNSSEC guru to do many of these things. And what we've done is it offers a self-assessment. So you can go to the website and you can look through it, answer some questions, and it will tell you what you need to do to be kindness compliant. And it lets you do the work. Oh, yeah, and down the bottom there, not quite online, it says, is pronounced kindness. We have to keep telling people that, because otherwise we can't do the manners and kindness joke. And everybody goes, kin DNS? What's kin DNS? Kindness, okay? Remember that. So we're basically targeting most of the ecosystem, right? ICANN generally deals a lot with what we call authoritative name servers. Mainly the TLD operators, right? That's kind of where our world is. But if we want a more secure and stable domain name system, we have to reach beyond that. So not just the TLDs, but also the second level domain holders, the businesses, the ISPs, the folks running authoritative name servers for their customers. We want them to participate. And then we also want to talk to the resolver operators. So even if you have a closed resolver for your business, there are some certain basic norms that you should follow. So we have those. Shared private, it's kind of an internet service provider, right? That shares it with all its clients, but doesn't let people on the outside do it. Actually use their name server, right? That's very common. If you're an internet service provider, you have name servers that your customers use, but you don't let the guy down the street use it. And then, of course, there's the public ones, the 8.8.8.8, the 7.7, now all these ones where they got the quads. There's a lot of them. So we want those to participate, and some of them are. And the general idea is, if we can get people to do basic hygiene, do some of the basic standards, we can actually harden the core a little bit. We're not going to solve every problem for every DNS server, but if we can give some basic guidance, and we worked a lot with people in the industry to actually come up with these norms. It wasn't me, it wasn't even Yazid. It was a group of industry folks from NOGs and other places. So, you know, whichever one of these areas you're in, it's only half a dozen, 6, maybe 8 different practices. And some of them are just fundamental. Having more than one name server, right? If you're an ISP, you may laugh at that, but they're out there. There are people that just don't have multiple name servers. Making sure your software is up to date. You know, can your resolver actually authenticate DNSSEC or not? Not even is it turned on, but can it actually do it? Things like this. So there's a website. I think I've called us back some time. And my phone's not working. That's good. So if you want to know about kindness, here's the website, but talk to Yazid. He's here. And with that, that's a little bit of what we're doing. There is the kindness website. It's very pretty. There's the self-assessment form. It's also very pretty. So if you do it and you want to print it off and take it to your managers and say, here's this security thing, let me spend some money on it, because we all know that you don't spend money on security until after it breaks. We've had a couple of people use this as actually a tool to go and say, look, you know, here's some simple, cheap things we can do to improve our network. So yeah, please look at it. If it's for you, if you're a DNS operator, then, you know, go through the self-assessment on your own. You know, we don't have to see it. You can just figure it out for yourself, whether it's worth doing some of the things that we suggest. So thank you, everybody. I know I'm the last speaker. So
yes, yeah, thank you, John, for this insightful update. So now, questions, comments? No, after we
he doesn't want you to
after
clap
we
for
throw
me.
the question on John, and then we'll see how he performed, then we can see the level of upload we give. Questions, comment?
What do you want to know about ANS? We're trying to understand how it precisely works. So a lot of these blockchain naming spaces, they often promote themselves that these names are immutable. So they talk about immutable names, names that cannot be changed. And then you have a lot of discussions and you find out, well, maybe they're not as immutable as they say they are. This is important because an immutable name, maybe I shouldn't use that word, a name that cannot be changed, cannot be affected by policy. If you technically cannot change it, you can write all the policy you want in the world and it doesn't help. But if it is changeable, then maybe the ENS folks, because it's their policy, not ours, can actually define policy around this. So if you come to ICANN meetings, which you're going to think, oh my God, it's a governance meeting, you know, I don't want to go to that. We actually have technical sessions, and one of the sessions we have is called Emerging Identifier Technologies. And we had the gentlemen, a few of them from ENS come and talk to the community. And there were a lot of questions about immutability, especially from people who are in the public protection industry, law enforcement, etc. So we're trying to understand exactly how does it work. You know, a lot of these newer technologies, they're not designed in the Internet Engineering Task Force. They don't publish every single thing they do. Right? So if you have something that a protocol that you've done through the ITF, you have to publish that as an RFC. It has to be under scrutiny. If you're doing this in a different environment, you may publish certain things, but you don't necessarily publish everything. So we're doing research around that. At the upcoming meeting in Hamburg, the folks from unstoppable domains are coming to talk to us. So, you know, it's important to remember that these emerging technologies, they're very interesting because they may present really interesting ways to evolve the ecosystem, and they may not. So we have to understand them, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to figure out exactly how does it work, because honestly, we don't know. No, commercial feasibility is not something, you know, that we're really that interested in, because it's not our namespace, it's their namespace. And, you know, one of the issues with these namespaces is, well, there are dozens of them, if not more. So if you are going to look at a particular namespace, how do you choose them? It's actually a really interesting policy issue, is that as other identifier systems emerge outside, I'm going to say the IETF, because that's where all the ones that ICANN deals with comes from. How do they interact? Do they cause questions or issues? You know, if a name is truly immutable and a bad guy is using that, how do you prevent that? You know, because I don't think we want to be in a world where bad guys can just do whatever they want and the technology blocks them. Now, I suspect there are ways to actually solve this in all of these technologies. But, you know, we don't know. So that's why we engage them and they come talk to us.
Oh, thank you. Any Mike, Mark?
Got one over here.
Okay. We have one question. Okay. Please go to the mic, but please be brief. Please be brief. Yeah.
Saying I'm disappointed that you aren't appropriately dressed to be the IANA, you know, t-shirt, jeans, you know, slops, or actually barefoot, like Mr. Late Postel. But what I'm wondering is the comment you've just made about other domain spaces and or other namespaces. The IETF, you know, produced the namespaces that are relevant to ICANN today. Is ICANN in a position to actually consider other domain spaces in a non-advisory capacity? I mean, is that the direction that we have to move? Because namespace matters beyond IETF technologies. Yeah.
So firstly, this is not my IANA presentation. That's tomorrow. I will dress accordingly. I'm sorry to have insulted you, but this is ICANN. We're governance people. You're lucky I'm not wearing a tie. So it's interesting. So we participate heavily in the Internet Engineering Task Force. So I don't really see it as them as kind of thing, right? We're all in that. When things are documented in an RFC, and I don't mean a individual submission, but one that actually goes through work party, that becomes much easier for us as a community to actually understand it and recognize it. So, you know, one that has been through, like .onion, that's not going to be in the public space, right? Because there is a RFC that clearly defines its use. It's been through, it's not a multi-stakeholder model truly, but it's that IETF model that has always been used to develop the protocols in an open, documented standard. In case you can't tell, I'm a big fan of the IETF. I used to be allowed to go there before I started dressing like this. So yes, and you know, oddly enough, if you look at the latest one, .alt, look at who wrote it. I believe one of the authors is an ICANN staff member. You know, we allow our staff to participate in the IETF and to do what they think is best for the protocol development stuff. It's, you know, it's kind of at a side of what we do, but it's very important to us. So if you do want to go to the IETF, I heard that none of you really want to go. I think you should. You know, the Internet Engineering Task Force is where all these protocols are developed that we rely on every day. We just keep the databases. We got the boring bit.
Yes, I was calling Prof for the closing, but
ENS, and I wanted to just join and also add some more. clearly it depends on blockchain platform, right? And I'm wondering whether apart from Ethereum ones, you have looked at the other ones, and do they share the same immutability problems, or they may have different risks? For instance, the smart contract risks, maybe, I don't know. So I thought I would raise that, yeah.
So the question was whether they share similar problems?
Yes.
Similar and different. They're not all the same. I mean, this is in some ways part of the predicament, right? Because if they were all the same and they were all following a similar protocol, you could go to the IETF, you could document the protocols, the way we're used to doing things in the internet world, and life would be a lot easier, but they're not. They're all slightly different. They have different models, different policies. So it's not, you know, you're probably sitting there thinking, well, you guys should know how this stuff works. Well, it's just not that easy. There's a lot of them out there, and we discover new ones all the time. And, you know, alternative namespaces have been around long before blockchain, right? Blockchain's a cool technology. It has some really good uses. It may have uses within the DNS. I've not seen them yet, but I'm not going to discount it, because I believe that the network always needs to evolve. We always need new technologies and new ways of doing things. The question is, can we do it in a manner that does not disrupt this slightly important ecosystem that we have, where just a few dollars of the world's economy run across it? You know, the days are gone when you could just disrupt the entirety of the network, because it is now so ubiquitous and so important to the world. So, personal opinion, I prefer it when protocols come through an open process and are well thought through and documented. But I'm a geek. What do I know?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. I think we can continue the conversation. Yeah. Oh, big round of applause for John.
You don't have to mean it.
John. So I think John is here for the week, and then we have issues to discuss with John. So I think we're supposed now to have an open mic, but I think we have exhausted the allocated time slot. So maybe I'll just leave it to the MC and the convener to close the AFNOG there. But maybe before, if you allow me, there is a persistence call in the chat room. Mark, there is a persistence call in the chat room for a DNSSEC technical presentation. So we may, let's see what we do, maybe 30 minutes sometime, maybe between from today to Friday, we find slot. But if other people really want it, please make your voice heard, then Mark can give that presentation so that we close, because it's been coming in the chat room. Okay, yeah. So thank you.
Anyway, all I can do is really thank you for the commitment you've shown. Most of you have been here all day, and you've been engaged, and I've seen the tempo of discussions also improving, and that's just exactly what we want to have. And with that, I think I will just thank you again and say, AFNOG. Oh, I think you are really tired, eh? AFNOG. Success. Okay, tomorrow we have another exciting day, and that will be addressing the existing ecosystem we have at the regional level, and they'll give updates, and you will see the same theme of discussions on how we can improve our inclusiveness in our decision-making processes. And I'm looking forward to you being active at that meeting as well. So anyway, thank you very much, and let's keep the spirit, and slowly we will solve our other problems as well. So thank you.
Marcus Legina.
Yeah, okay. Just to remind you about the Garatina, the venue is Gotla at 6 p.m. I'm sure the ushers will guide us or direct us to the venue. For those who are online, we are thinking about some e-dinner for them. So they should relax.
Look, I only need my bag.
I'm told there will be a ticket. I don't know whether the tickets are available.
No, an important part of our gathering is for us to laugh together and enjoy together and bond. It really improves our policy discussions because then we have trust. And I encourage you all to come. And perhaps I might even get lucky to sing with me. You never know. So dance a little bit and make fun a little bit and bond. Okay.